All right, welcome. So I don't know how often do we do these? Every 6 months?
Every quarter.
Every quarter?
Well, we're
Well,
hoping to do it every
the
quarter.
beginning of every quarter.
Okay, do we have the,
First one.
who are we missing? I feel like there's a bigger planning commission.
You said 2 or 3 of them.
Wendy and are not gonna be.
Heidi will be here soon.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we have copies for them too. All right, well, so before we get started, the select board has a letter that I want added to the record. That I'll just read. I hate just reading, but it's important to get the wording right. The select board would like to recognize the work that you all do. It is not lost on the select board that being a town volunteer is often a thankless job. Working on land use and navigating the complex landscape of guidance from the state of Vermont, CCRPC, and plenty of local opinions is a challenging job. While disagreements and opposition from the public are expected, we want to apologize for recent rhetoric characterizing Planning Commission's zoning updates as being motivated by some kind of attempt to control what types of people can live in what parts of Jericho. We believe that your work is important, grounded in research, and represents your effort to do the best possible job for all members of the Jericho community, both current and future. No one on the select board believes that the work of the Planning Commission is guided by anything other than a genuine desire to serve the Jericho community thoughtfully and responsibly.
On behalf of the Planning Commission, I graciously and appreciatively accept this letter and the message and the sentiment, and I feel like verklempt, as they say.
Well, that wasn't the intent. We just wanted to
So thank you.
get that on the record. And then beyond that, I don't have much of an agenda for the meeting other than I know Chris has some things he wanted to go over about the zoning updates that are coming. So I'm excited about hearing about that. And then I just hope to have some time for just open discussion, questions you might have for us, questions our board has for the Planning Commission, and we'll go from there. And then maybe ideas of what to
Comes up for the
what to
next
think of
one.
for the next one, what we
Yep.
should plan ahead for, and so on. Chris, do you want to go into your?
Sure, I will try to go through this fairly quickly. So, on the planning commission side, we thought it would be a good idea just to update the select board on where we are with our affordable housing work, which is just looking at how to make it easier to build housing in areas outside of our village centers in ways that are still appropriate for different parts of town. The planning commission has been discussing this since August 2025, so almost a year, not quite. So tonight, what I want to do is go over just some background information that's informing the work of the planning commission. Quickly go through what the topics were that the select board asked the planning commission to consider, and then the direction that the planning commission is going with what they're thinking about. And then what's left to do before submitting proposed amendments to the select board. So, all right, so what I want to start with is what we heard, the town heard from residents. This is going back to the spring and summer of 2023. This was feedback collected during outreach during the last town plan update. There were 3 community priorities that were identified then: more housing and more affordable housing, protection of Jericho's rural open spaces and resources, and investing in infrastructure. The public input consistently emphasized several areas of interest, including that growth should be concentrated in village centers and in rural areas. The public feedback also showed where opinions were more varied, including scale and pace of development and how much the town should do to actively encourage housing growth. As part of developing town plan, we heard from a wide range of residents through various types of communication, through public meetings and surveys. Outreach showed that there was broad support for both additional housing and protecting natural resources. There was also consistent support for focusing more housing infrastructure and walkability in growth areas while maintaining lower density in the rural areas. This is some of the feedback that the Planning Commission is considering as they balance where and how future growth should occur. I think, this is helpful to understand our values and goals at a high level, but the work of the planning commission is really grounded in specific areas of Jericho with specific characteristics that are created, regulated, and maintained through zoning. That's the town side. Everyone just does what they do to their own properties, but in terms of public interest, it's achieved through zoning. These slides, these images up here, they illustrate and describe the characteristics of Jericho's different zoning districts. So Jericho's village centers are intended for the town's most compact development with homes, businesses, civic uses, and walkable areas really close together. The commercial village and low density residential districts support a range of housing types and neighborhood patterns from mixed use and small lots to more open residential development.
Can you explain to me what the difference between the village center and villages using Jericho examples?
Yes, so village centers, each of them are a zoning classification. So a village center is going to be Jericho Center, Jericho Corners, Riverside.
Mhm.
The village district is a zoning district name, and that's going to be like the foothills or
Okay,
areas that are next to the village centers, like some of the neighborhoods in Jericho Corners.
fine, thank you.
It's kind of like transition.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
So together, the four districts that are across the top, the village centers, commercial, village, and low density residential. These make up what the town has generally considered its areas that are planning for growth and additional housing. I'll say during this last round, the planning commission has looked more to low density residential and commercial as housing areas, which it has traditionally not so much for concentrating housing, but in the effort to try to find areas to get more housing that are consistent with our goals. That's been a shift that's happened this time around. There are three other districts that are rural and that have more rural characteristics. The rural agricultural and residential district, it's intended for more open space, working lands, and clusters of housing. The forestry district generally has our most varied topography, our most wooded areas. It's mapped based on forest cover, and it's intended to have fewer homes. And then the last district is our open space district. That's set aside as open space in the areas where no homes or businesses are. One last piece of context I think is important to know, which is how much flexibility we have to amend our zoning. So we have significant local flexibility in how we update and adopt our zoning regulations, but we do so within a state and regional context. So the state has planning goals that set a broad framework that encourages compact villages surrounded by the countryside. When we adopt our town plan, state law requires that our zoning be consistent with our town plan. And then at a regional level, the Chittenden County Regional Planning Commission, they approve our town plan to make sure that it's consistent with state and regional goals. That approval is needed for Jericho to apply for state grants, collect impact fees, and also so that when state agencies do their work, they have to comply with our town plan.
When do we do that? And how often? The regional approval?
It's every 8 years.
8 years. So
Yeah.
what's our next one?
32.
It was fortunately done right before I got here. 24, yeah.
Okay.
All right, so it's within this context that the planning commission is considering the 8 topics that it has received from the select board to consider. So the commission has been methodically going through this list, reviewing research on different topics, and looking at zoning in other towns in Chittenden County as part of considering its work. So some of these topics were fully or partially implemented as part of the zoning amendments that were adopted in September. And that look at how to make it easier to build housing in our village centers. One, which was updating the fee structure, is one that the select board has taken on and you've discussed yourselves. The next 4 slides, I'm going to review each of these topics and summarize where the planning commission is as part of their review, so you get a sense of where the planning commission is going. And I'll say from the beginning, the planning commission has focused its work on village and growth areas, and that's consistent with the emphasis that's in the topics from the select board, which you can see up there. All right, so I'm just gonna go through each of these. The first one, which is permitting fourplexes in all residential districts, the planning commission has discussed supporting this and making this move. I would like to revisit, bring back to the planning commission the question of allowing the fourplexes, particularly in the forest district, where concerns have been raised about potential impacts on environmental resources. So that's one thing that we'll still be talking about. Another one was removing regulatory distinctions between multifamily and single family. So discussing where fourplexes go would be part of that. Another one was reducing and eliminating lot sizes. This is where I think there's potentially a big move. We've talked about changing the minimum lot size in the village district from 1 acre to 0.25 acres, in the commercial district from 1 to 0.25 acres, and in the low density residential district from 3 to 1 acres. So those are some big shifts, and those in turn impact density because our density calculations are based on minimum lot sizes. So it's a significant, potential significant increase in density in these areas of town.
How much of Jericho is forested? We count as forested, roughly. I mean, I have so many questions.
90%?
Not- like-
No, I don't know. That's not a proper answer.
I have the number of how much is in the forestry district.
That is the question.
And I think that is
That you're asking to exclude for.
around 30%.
Okay,
But that is, the district is generally aligned with high elevation forest blocks. And not forest blocks that are all over the town.
interesting.
I said a high number because we recently, with the Conservation Commission, went through a project of identifying that high value forest blocks, and the Conservation Commission and the Planning Commission had a consultant working for about a year. And they looked at the quality of each forest block in Jericho. And we have under consideration to expand our natural resources overlay to include some of those forest blocks. But that was kind of the initial takeaway, was Jericho at a very high level is the foothills of the Green Mountains, is highly forested, lots of currently, 100 years ago, it wasn't forested, but now it is. And
I would say 100 years ago, it
Or-
was forested and it was cut down.
Right, right.
There's
And then,
differences.
so when we looked at the map and we saw the forest blocks, your takeaway is, wow, the whole town is forested. A lot of it is forested, except for like the river valleys and the developed areas that have been highly developed.
Can you talk me through then? So. You guys.
Oh, it's good.
No,
Just the opportunity.
yeah,
for you.
I think my question to you guys is then, are like. That would be a big trade-off if we're saying that we're gonna go from 30% to even like 50% of the town will say you can't. Do those high items for, I'm making up numbers because I don't have those new maps.
Yeah, that's not on the table. What you just.
Okay.
What's on the, so your you are allowed, you can develop in the.
Right, right,
course.
but what we're saying is what we had asked is these were the hot topic items we were hopeful for, and I understand if there are environmental constraints, obviously, but I just wanna understand, we won't be able to hit any of those for, you think roughly 50% of the town?
I'm not understanding.
No, I think it's a distinction between what parts of town are forested
Yeah.
and where the forestry district.
Oh,
So that was my
yes.
question,
And
is
so
where is the forest district in this
Right.
90% of town, now I'm freaking out, you know?
Yes, no, I was answering the question though, where forests are.
How much of town is the forested zone,
Forestry,
forestry districts?
that's the 30%
Yeah,
ish.
I would say it's around 30%. I'm going back to. Oops, I've been past it. Here. So. The forest districts across the top. Are 30% of town.
Okay.
And the 3 across the bottom, which are the more rural districts, are 70%.
Okay.
the rural ag is around 40, forestry is around 30, and the open space is around. Not including the firing range, is around 6%. Yep, and then the 4 districts across the top collectively add up to around 30%.
Can you go forward to the second to last slide that you were at?
I'm not sure.
The other way, right there. So I think Amy's question was the question I had too, was the reconsidering these two things for the forestry district.
Oh, for the fourplex question?
Yeah.
Got it.
And
If we move forward with not allowing fourplexes in the forestry district, that would be about 30%.
But just to clarify, the natural resources overlay is different than the forestry district.
Yeah.
And it is used differently in zoning administration.
Did that answer the question?
Now the question is answered.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great.
And we can pull up the map viewer and look at it too, if you want to see it.
Okay.
I know I've looked at it, but it's definitely, when it's not in front of you, it's difficult.
I'm terrible at remembering what stuff is.
I'm gonna keep moving and we can pull up the later. Okay. So moving on to number 4, reducing frontage requirements. So frontage requirement is, if a lot has a minimum size, let's say it's 1 acre, a frontage requirement would be, how wide does that lot have to be blocking the street? And some of them are currently can be like 200 feet. Some other towns in more rural areas where they have a high conservation goal, the frontages could be 500 feet. So it's figuring out like what the spacing of the lots were. What the planning commission did was look specifically at making them much tighter frontage requirements in the areas that where we want to concentrate growth. So in the village centers, the frontage requirement, I think it was already reduced from 75 to 15 feet. That was as part of the previous round of changes. What's been discussed for the commercial district now has been reducing it from 150 feet to 80 feet. In the village district from 120 feet to 50 feet. And then in the low density residential from 200 to 80 feet. And those numbers are coming from research that we've done to look at model neighborhoods that we would like to see here. So I think there was one in Essex Junction. We looked at Bristol. We looked at the Five Sisters neighborhood in Burlington. And then we looked at 2 neighborhoods here in Jericho. It was Sunnyview and Bentley Park, which is where like Snowflake and Ross Drive. And based on what we found from that, that's how we came up with these.
Bentley Park.
And I know, that's the name, that is the name of it. I like throwing that out there. It's in the subdivision records. Yeah. So anyway, we looked at those model subdivisions to come up with with recommendations that we're gonna come up with when we come to when these make their way to the select board. Another one was multiple houses on one lot. And then the next one, permitting and incentivizing clusters of small dwellings and PUDs. So what the planning commission discussed at our most recent meeting was considering a simple, so right now, both of those are currently allowed through a plan unit development. So it's something that our regulations do allow. But when you go through a PUD, you have to set aside 50% of your land as open space. And if you're in a rural district and you just want to create, say, a 1 acre lot for whatever reason, currently you can, but you have to set aside a lot of your land doing that. So the idea is that through this simplified or minor PUD, we would still have a process for doing that, but you wouldn't have to set aside as much open space. So right now, we're figuring out what's the best way to do that, what's the right amount of open space, and how, if there's any, and how would that take place. So that new process could also have some possible standards that would require clustering, more clustering. So having houses closer together. So those are things that we're still working through.
Hey, Chris, I have a question. So like on number 5, I don't can you give like an example of how much land that you would do this minor PUD with, and how do you not have a subdivision? Like if you had how does that work? I don't know.
So, right now, there are a couple, you've asked a couple questions,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
let me break it down. So first is, how much land would you need? So
Mhm.
if you're. The way it's being thought of now is if you have, say you have a 1 acre lot minimum. And you're allowed one one house on 1 acre. You could have 2 houses on one lot if you had the 2 acres, so that you still have the same amount of space and you'd be required to have one. You just wouldn't have to go through a subdivision process to build a second house on your property.
But if you were to sell one of the, like, how does that work? Like if somebody, I don't even know, bought that house, how does it? Yeah, I don't know how that works. You know what I mean? How does it work? If somebody was to put another house on your
Yeah.
land and you don't subdivide,
So now you have 2 acres of land, which is one lot, and you've got two houses, let's just say out by the road. Near each other, and then you want to sell one of the houses.
So how
That's
do
your question, like, how do you make a deed that reports?
yeah,
So there's lots of there's lots of different kinds of examples of this, so. In one, maybe it's a family member, and so, you know, you all kind of own, but there's one owner of the land. And maybe you might sell the house, but the homeowner doesn't own the land under it. That's kind of how Champlain Housing Trust often works. They own the lot. And then the people who own the homes actually own the home itself. It's also a way to think about it might be a mobile home park where each individual owns their home, but they lease the land that's under it that's owned by a single landowner. So it is an unusual or maybe an uncommon way to do that, but it is definitely something that's done.
It's kind of like a condominium association where you each own your little building.
That's rare.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
not sure how
Needs to be an
common
HOA.
it is, because if you have a fourplex, if you have 4 row houses connected. It's the same setup. It's just that what we would be allowing now is that they wouldn't have to be connected, it wouldn't have to be one building, you could have 2 buildings.
But doesn't that allow for the same vulnerability that happens in mobile home parks then? Like somebody owns the land and can charge you whatever rent they want and you can't move the house. So now you're in a bind if whoever does own the land says, well, it's $100,000 a
That's a
year.
vulnerability, but I think the condo is a good example. Too.
Okay, I was,
you have part ownership of all of the land in those
Okay.
situations, and you've got some kind of bylaw or HOA or whatever, so that you're all paying for the same services to clean the land.
And then Kristen, you say the new neighborhood right off of Morgan Road.
Is that Henley?
Yeah, it's like 9-ish single family houses just in a regular you drive through it and think it's a regular old neighborhood. It happens that it's all one lot. Right.
And we allow them through a PUD. So during the discussions of that project. Usually these types of issues are vetted and worked out. That was one of the things that came up that the planning commission has discussed, because if we want to encourage so much smaller scale. You don't just want to say, oh, you can do it. We want to make sure that there's still a process in place so that all of those reviews are still happening, and that's where we came up with the idea of like this minor PUD.
I'm so sorry, guys, that I'm all.
No,
questions
it's fine.
tonight. What is the process like to subdivide? Why would we want to not subdivide? As like, if we allowed it, let's take that same 2 acre lot and we said, yeah, that's absolutely fine if you want it to be 1 acre instead and 2 houses each on 1 acre. Like, why go one versus the other?
I think I kind of think of it in the reverse, which is as a landowner, if I want to build a house for my son on my lot, why should I have to go through the process of subdividing in order to do that? I could build an ADU, but then it has to be a significantly smaller size and I'm limited to whatever. But if I've got the land to support it and I want to build a house, why can't I do that with my property? Again, I think that the condo, when we're talking about fourplexes and multi-unit housing, which is a great entry for first-time home buyers and to address missing middle and get lower housing, like these are the kinds of ways to think about doing this. There's also, when you think about if we want to take mobile home, but think about the tiny houses. And maybe you want to have a lot with a bunch of tiny houses that are all principal dwellings. So it allows a current landowner or future landowner, but a landowner more flexibility.
Heidi has her hand up. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Heidi.
Thank you, and I'm sorry that I can't be in the room. I had a business meeting that went exactly till 5. I think one of the things to just, and Chris, you might have said this, but it always helps me to go back to like the basic principles that we've been using to try and guide our conversations, and that is trying to make it, the goal is to encourage smaller, more diverse housing, make it easier for landowners to do what they want to do if it meets those objectives, to make it very transparent what their review process will be. But when I say easier, I mean less onerous. And so one of the things that we're talking about right now is like, why not subdivide? Well, when you subdivide, it is a fairly onerous and costly process to go through. And so one of the things was is there a way for us to enable more housing without requiring a landowner to go, jump through multiple hoops as well as multiple costs?
I think that's what I needed. That's a hard and expensive process because I've never done it. So that helps me.
We're also looking at permitting and incentivizing clusters of small dwellings as part of PDs. That was one of the charges. So Jericho already has an incentive for this in our zoning, but we're looking at reducing minimum lot sizes for PUDs down to 6,000 square feet instead of, and I think it's right now, I think it might be a quarter acre in some districts and half an acre in others, but just making the minimum lot size for a PUD down to 6,000 square feet in the commercial village and low density residential districts, along with reducing the lot frontages in those districts. So down to, I think it's 30 feet for a PUD. All right. Also, let's see, the next one was updating density calculations to allow and incentivize small denser housing options with more housing types. That goes along with reducing the minimum lot sizes and frontage requirements because those in effect are increasing density. There will be pending recommendations from a housing incentives working group that is looking at this. This working group includes members of the Planning Commission, Affordable Housing Committee, the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee, and we also got a member from the DRB. So we've got a lot of good people around the table thinking at it from lots of different angles to come up with a recommendation that's then going to go to the Planning Commission. So the Planning Commission will take their thoughts into account. Another was updating the impact fee structure, which I already mentioned, which is something the select board is doing.
And it's done.
And it's done. Yes, thank you.
Chris, I have a quick question. Could we see their recommendations to the planning commission?
The housing incentives working group?
Yep.
As soon as we have it?
Yes,
Yes,
yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
The working group has had one meeting in April. I just sent out something today to get the next meeting scheduled. They'll only have 3 meetings.
Yeah, but whenever you get it.
Yep.
Yep.
And then the last one on this list was adaptive reuse of existing structures. That was something that got addressed as part of the earlier amendments that happened in September 2025. So there are some other amendments that weren't on that list, but sort of got rolled in because they are tangentially related. So one of the things that we're looking at is major subdivisions and planned developments, discussing what qualifies, what would qualify as requiring a planned unit development and the criteria for when that might happen. And that also includes what qualifies as a minor and major subdivision. That's getting into the weeds, but those are some of the things that we discussed. The commission has looked at the purpose statements for the low density residential, commercial and forestry districts that are in zoning. To make sure that they're reflecting what we really want in those districts, so making sure that they're aligning with what's in the town plan. And that's really looking at them and making sure that there's enough wording about housing in them. And then something that Chris from the zoning administrator raised was that we currently don't have a definition for lot coverage or impervious surfaces, so we've been looking at that. That was I think one of our shorter topics of discussion, but we did cover that. There are several other things that we have not gotten to yet that we need to discuss. One is the density table. One is the use table, and for the use table specifically, I just mentioned that we were updating the purposes of a couple zoning districts. We want to go back to the use table and make sure that the uses of what we're allowing are consistent with the new understanding of what we want to happen in those districts. And then I already mentioned the housing incentives working group, and we're kind of getting that second meeting scheduled now. So I have mentioned this before to the select board about the need to do outreach and to explain the recommendations that we are anticipating once we have a red line. So the planning commission has a working group that's looking into this. We want to make sure that we've got a full and robust website that has lots of information and a lot of the research that's been done so people can fully understand what's been looked at. Coming up with a frequently asked questions document that would answer common questions that people may have. In getting out and engaging with residents at public meetings or local events, so setting up a table at the farmers market, so we might have a table right next to you. At the farmers market.
You can join our table.
Oh, great. Yeah,
We have permission, so just bring a chair and probably just one person.
Can we bring an easel and?
Yeah, of course.
Right.
Well, something I was gonna bring up related to that is that the wastewater task force also
Yes.
wants to get a piece of this too, so
Yeah.
that tent.
How big is your-
We're bringing all these.
I think it's a
tables.
10 by 10, I think it's a 10 by 10.
Those long ones, so the school board, a select board member,
Oh my gosh.
Wait,
Maybe we could go up.
a
Maybe we
waste
could-
and a planning commission.
That'd be kind of cool.
Great. I bring
You could just
bleachers.
let us know, we can plan for, I mean, if you're coming every time we're there, or a certain date, we'll plan for not having more than 4 people
Are you gonna have a table every market or
every month.
once a month?
And it's on the town calendar, I think. Yeah.
Okay. It is.
So the first one that will be there is next Thursday.
Good, that's really great.
Yeah.
I've also talked to the manager of the Jericho market about setting up a table, like wherever you come in. As we're sort of trying to gauge more people, so.
Did she say yes?
He said yes.
Oh.
Yeah.
Farmer's market are we talking about?
Oh,
No, the
the
Jericho
market.
market, Jericho.
Market, sorry, okay.
And then we've also talked about maybe doing a townwide mailing, then maybe have a QR code, then look at the website so we can learn more about it, so. That was just mentioned, we need to look into how that work. But the bottom line is, I mean, the planning commission recognizes that there's still a lot of residents that still need to become familiar with what these changes might be and how they impact them. So that is the general overview. Thank you for the good questions. I don't know if you have other questions. I thought tonight would be a good opportunity to see if the select board is comfortable with the overall direction that we're moving. And if there were any other concerns or outcomes that the planning commission should be considering.
As the previous slide you were just on with the outreach ideas, I think the 3 of us were in the meeting, where Kate McCarthy talked about a food truck event at Riverside to sort of promote talking about wastewater, and that could be, the timing might line up, but that could dovetail and just be like a Riverside party where we've got wastewater information and planning commission, zoning update information, and just
Good
to
idea,
try to
yeah.
gather the group around and get all the topics out that we can.
I am also thinking about like if the planning commission does a mailing and then the wastewater group does a mailing, especially related to kind of the report project,
Yeah.
the progress.
Yeah.
Just not bombarding people, and how can they be coordinated? Maybe they should be the
Yep.
same
Yep.
mailing, like look at all the stuff. I don't
I
know.
would recommend if we can mail once,
Consolidate.
it's getting a little pricey.
Yep. It's
If I could
Well-
jump in, this is Heidi, sorry. I would 100% agree for the joint mailing. also for the reason that one of the primary reasons that we know that is going to make a difference in terms of allowing and getting us the more housing is infrastructure. So it sort of, they are mutually reinforcing from, in terms of meeting the goals of the community. So separating them, in my mind, doesn't make sense. We should interweave our communications to show how they're mutually supportive.
Good.
I finally did some homework, I really did some homework. And I was looking at the Jericho Housing Report 2023 submitted by the Affordable Housing Committee to the Select Board. And looked like the Select Board voted to approve this report. I'm very familiar with that. So I'm really pleased with a lot of the work that in the changes that you're proposing. But there are some that I feel strongly about, like permitting the fourplexes in all residential zones. So I think it's sort of what is our shared values. Not everyone on this select board agrees with me, but that's where I am.
So you're asking about the forestry district,
That
because
and
that was, because
yeah, that was the only
that was
one.
the only
that
place
a
it was,
secret.
right,
Yeah.
right.
And I think the rural ag district, I really question some of those roads being ready for agriculture, or will it ever really be agriculture? Am I feeling like on Old Pump or Skunk Hollow, Nashville Road? I don't know. There's a bunch of others. They're not really agricultural, and why not move those from 10 to 5? So those are, I mean, I have a list of things that I sort of noted, that I did note, and I don't know if it's helpful to have this discussion of some of those pieces that others feel strongly about, or just wait till there's a vote, which I would prefer not to.
Yeah, I would prefer not, I'd prefer to talk now and not have it come down to like a full up or down and then it all falls apart. I think it makes sense to talk. I mean, that's another Chris asked. Chris asked, like, what are you guys, how are you folks feeling about these things? And I share I was gonna put it as a question to you or the planning commission about the idea of what's making you think about taking the forestry district out of that fourplex piece.
And one other thing is I do understand the why, because I've heard from Susan and Chris and some others of how you came to that. I just don't agree with it.
If I can speak to the fourplex,
Yeah.
because I think fairly early on in this discussion, there was, I think, a general consensus. Yes, just to allow fourplexes in all the districts. As I've been talking to people at state agencies, at regional offices in other towns, their reaction has always been, oh, really? Even in your forestry district? Because they think that there's a real conflict with the goal of that district and allowing intense pocket of use like a fourplex, those areas. So that is the only reason why I have questioned, oh, well, do we need to go back and look at this and make sure that that's the right direction to go?
I
Because
feel like
of
it
the
would be helpful
reactions
to
and-
look at a map. Can we pull up a zoning map just to see where the forestry district is and how?
I guess we can.
Oh,
I can't zoom in a little bit because it's gonna make it way worse.
But it's the light green.
It's
all-
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
With the FOR on it.
yeah.
Wait,
And-
what about the
So
lower
it
right?
be my estimate that it's 30%.
I don't know what that weird little white one is.
Why is that?
That's-
forestry too?
That would be open space if it's white.
Yeah, I
Or
don't-
that might be the telecom.
No,
parcel.
let's conserve, it's the. I don't know why it's that color, but that is Wolf Run.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So it's conserved.
Yeah.
So it's in our forestry district, but it's a conserved permanent.
I've never seen it
parcel. White, yeah,
colored like that.
Yeah.
But that's what that's I'm pretty
So
It might be how I
of those
pulled it up. I
light,
just did my best to go to the thing and
of the light green, there's a decent chunk of it that's above 2,500 feet. And then there's another decent chunk of it that's above 1,500 feet. So some, as Chris was saying, some of it is topography is what has driven those boundaries, which were done based on that.
Yeah, one thing I have consistently heard since I've been here is that our zoning districts don't line up with property lines. And I think that is particularly the case for our forestry district because the forestry zone was mapped to a resource, not a property line.
Have we thought about changing that? Because that seems like a problem. I don't know. Can you tell me?
when
Property
you go in,
lines change all the
when you go into
time.
that next level, you can kind of see that, right? Like if you, I don't know how clearly you can see
Yeah.
those little squares, but there's more than one color and
So
When you say, have we thought about changing that? I would say, yes, there's been discussion. But, and this sort of goes, I think, back to another question was made, well, are these areas really, should they really be rural ag? Maybe they should be, maybe the low density residential district should expand. Those are very different questions than what we're looking at now. And it would involve, I think, a different type of outreach to specific, because you're dealing with specific properties. So I think that it's something to consider, but it's a different, and I think a bigger question in some ways.
Also, I know it's semantics, but recognizing what you're saying about ag. I think not that long ago, that the name of that district, Peter, you might remember this, was like the agricultural district. And the planning commission, I think before my time, changed the name of the district to be RAR, which is rural, kind of comma, agricultural, comma, residential. That's why it has this convoluted name, because it is accommodating, it's not really intended, it's not thought of as an ag district. It's not an ag district. It's a rural ag residential district that's accommodating those needs together so that they coexist and land might migrate from one use to another. But that's the intention of that district, is to accommodate rural housing and working land and open space at a low density.
One compromise might be to not change the zoning, so keep the 10-acre in the 10-acre zone, but allow fourplexes in all zones that allow a single family house. So if you have 10 acres and can build a single family house, you could do a fourplex as well.
So I have a specific number now. I was off on my forestry district. It's 18% of Jericho's forestry. And 47% is the little agricultural district.
and remind me the minimum lot size.
10.
10 for forested too. Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
Correct, and then the, what I will be taking to the housing incentive for the working group, will be looking, is something that is tailored specifically to the larger lot districts. Because we've reduced the lot size so much in the other districts, that is not much of an impact, yeah. Should say we were proposing to reduce the lots that much,
And Chris, just to clarify, the feedback you've had from other people outside of town about forestry district is that they think it would be harmful to the environment to allow the fourplexes, is that?
Right, and this is like people in the state forestry office. Their reaction is just across the board, and that's just not a good idea. So I just wanted to better understand the implications of that. To make sure that we understood what we were doing.
But we're gonna get, I would definitely like data, yeah, I want you to go too, because I would love data to back that up, like,
Yes.
yeah,
Exactly,
because
that's what,
I'm
so I wanna do
skeptical of
that
that.
research first, to make sure that the data is there. That if that is a recommendation that I would make to the planning commission, I wanna have the data to back up what my recommendation is.
What do you mean, what do you mean by data?
So like, I would like them to tell me, that a fourplex versus, let's say, a 3,000 square fourplex versus a 3,000 square single family home. Tell me how much more soil erosion there is, how much, deforestation needs to happen, all that.
We've noticed a 50% drop in bird species around fourplexes versus a single family home, like that's the type of information I would want to have to be able to make that case.
Well, we don't know, but just to reassure you, we've been asking ourselves the same exact questions and kind of wrestling, like, the common example is like, I can build a giant, big, single family house, then what's the problem? And so what is the data? So you're talking about soil erosion. Just think of, there's kind of like the dimension of size of the building and the development, like how much land is being disturbed. A giant driveway is more land being disturbed than a small driveway. So that would make a big difference, and that potentially is a difference than the size of the structure. But so there's like the building itself, but then there's also the people themselves, and then there's also like census data is all built around the concept of a household. And a household has an average number of people, an average number of cars, an average number of activity, an average number of dogs, an average number of whatever. So it's not just one thing, like the size of the building or the type of building, it's all of those factors. And if zoning could say more things about soil disturbance, driveways, exterior lighting, clustering, siting, all those things, then though you might mitigate some of those effects. But that's really what drives us crazy, but takes the time, is kind of looking at it because someone will think about it from a different point of view. So it's not as straightforward as it might seem. And then if is a fourplex the exact same thing as 4 tiny houses that are spread apart by 50 feet? Or is it the exact same thing as 4 tiny houses spread apart by 300 feet? And is that the exact same thing as 4 medium houses separated by 50 feet compared to 4 houses separated by 300 feet? Like, at what point, and you don't want to overregulate, you don't want to make it complicated, but you also want to think through, okay, if 4 is all in one building, fine, 4 tiny close together is fine. At what point does 4 big spread out become not fine, for what reasons, and where do you draw those lines without telling people what to do, right? So sort of like true confessions of a planning commission member, that's what keeps me up at 3 o'clock in the morning. Like, how do you draw those lines?
6:30 on first one,
Right,
second, third,
First and second,
third,
third.
Tuesdays of the month,
right,
log in.
right. And right.
And if the forest district is 18%, that's less concerning, to not have fourplexes. I think
And
that,
I'm not sure that that's where
But
we're
if-
gonna go, I'm
but
just
if-
saying, I want.
but if it's that sort of percentage is less concerning around, okay, maybe not fourplexes.
And
Right.
recognize that 18% is not even all buildable.
Yeah,
Just
of course.
physically.
Yeah. But so it's really the rural ag then, at 47%, that's where the possibilities are for
Yes.
housing.
But in that case, I think we have consensus that that's the change that we want to make, is to allow fourplexes in that zone.
In the rural ag.
Yes.
Okay, so it's the forest. that
In
was-
every zone
Yeah.
except for forest.
Every
Right.
zone except forestry, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Thanks for that update, Chris. When would we expect these changes to be in front of the
Yeah,
select
so-
board? And remind us all for those of us that forget every time the process that you have to go through?
So now the timeline for the planning commission to have its hearing, its first hearing, we're looking in July. It's been frustrating because we've had multiple times where we had a timeline where and then things would come up, there'd be good discussions, other people would want to look at more things, and then we just push the timeline out a little further. So right now, it's July, the planning commission, I believe only has to have. I have to look at it. The planning commission either has to have 1 or 2 hearings before it goes to the select board. And then the select board either has to have 1 or 2 hearings. One of them only has to have 1, and I just can't remember what it is off the top of my head. It changed.
We have to have one. Select board has to.
Okay,
That sounds right. to me.
yeah.
I would expect though that the planning commission will have 2. Because we will have 1 hearing, and that will be, the red line will go out then. And we will want to have an opportunity to get feedback and consider public comment before forwarding on to the select board.
Say that, why won't we get public comment at the first one?
We will, but then we would want to address those comments.
Before it goes to the
And then
select
release
board.
the revised red line to the public. So that by the time it gets to the select board, it will be the first time that a round is being put out for review. Does that make sense?
It does kind of, but couldn't that just go on forever? Like, oh, then you meet the second time and people make more comments, we have to redline it again, and we just sort of get this iterative. It seems like if you give the public an opportunity to make comments, and then you guys convene and say, okay, yes, 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 no, no, let's give it to the select board. We have to have 2 sessions. We have to have
Oh,
2
you're
hearings
saying
on
don't
it.
do, you're saying do the update in between meeting
Between
1
them
and
and
meeting
us.
2.
Do the update between
Their
they,
meeting
they
and
have their
ours.
meeting 1, and then they revise that as they see fit based on public comment, and then they hand it to us, and people come and yell at us, and we have 2 hearings to.
That makes sense. Is it allowed though? Or is there like
Yeah,
some
it's
rule
allowed.
that says you have to?
Yeah, I guess as the staff, I'm thinking of what's the best way to get a package to the select board in the best condition possible.
Yeah.
But if the feedback is, we're fine to have a discussion with the select board about it, then that's helpful.
No, actually, as I was saying, I was thinking, oh wait, then we get it, and we have people coming at you, change. I'm like, oh crap, now we're like doing the planning commission's work, and we're like feeling like we shouldn't be doing this. Can we give it back to you guys now? Like, now,
Right, or
now,
we-
now I'm thinking of that, I think that process actually makes sense.
Right, because we'd have it our first meeting with a new thing in there
Right,
that
and-
wasn't presented publicly. They
Right.
got feedback from somebody
Yeah,
and
Yeah.
Because I think this is what we did for the village round. I think we only had 1 hearing. Is that right?
Yeah, I think most of the time we usually have 1.
And then what happened there was the fire department raised issues, and then remember it took
Yep.
a couple, it was like over a month before it came back to the select board.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's true.
I do.
This is a huge, I mean, this is,
Questions.
I know, I just want to make
Okay,
one comment.
okay.
This is, if people are paying attention, I think this is all really good. I think it's really important, and it's also really big. It's huge. So if, you're likely to get some feedback to consider. Except that it's July and people aren't around, so I don't know.
Zoom.
Yeah, true.
I'm glad to hear you say that you think it's huge, because it feels like a lot of work, but really it's hard to sometimes assess the impact of a change when you're looking at all the details and it's a chart and there's 8 things on that chart. But there's some really big changes in there, like the low density residential district going from 3 to 1 is basically tripling the development capacity of a big part of the town. That's along main roads, that connects the schools, connects the 3 village centers. Like, we could just do that and do nothing else, and that potentially will have the biggest impact. So, and that change is on the same line or the next line down from changing the definition of lot coverage, which is such a technical change. And those are like worlds apart in their ability to change things on the ground.
So let's think about how we present it.
Yeah,
And we don't have those 2 things next to each other.
Yeah.
Right? Like, we can have like the nerd you know, the nerd section on
Yeah.
page 8 of
Yeah.
like,
Big changes, medium changes, technical changes.
right, the definition of a permeable surface, if that is that, you know, like,
Yeah,
please don't.
I mean, that is one of the things that the outreach group is thinking through is how do we tell the story behind what this is and what the changes are so that it's digestible for people.
You don't wanna put that on the mailer, the definition of.
Yeah, I'd leave that off. Yeah. Go right in the recycling bin.
Helpful to think about the impact and the outcome. I think it's also important to think about the why and this. And so something that feels really technical and in the weeds, like the frontage, there's a really specific why behind that, which is the way that we're gonna increase housing is through infill, meaning people have properties already. Right, all of these parcels are already owned, these lots are already owned, there's very few areas in Jericho, like Riverside, that has this big development potential. And so we wanna make infill easier. Well, it's really difficult to do infill if you have to have a really big piece of your lot facing the main road. Then how do you have kind of a narrow bit and then maybe like some of the infill that you see on Route 15 where you've got some of the condos behind, set behind, right? Like you need to be able to have a smaller amount of frontage to be able to do some of the creative design to be able to accommodate some of the infill. That also speaks to having, you know, things more clustered, but like there's reasons behind the recommendations that then we need to translate as a planning commission into some of the stuff that feels really dry. And then also, as we've all been talking about, think about the implications and the impact and make sure that that's in line with both the intention behind the recommendation and also in line with our town plan and our vision and our, you know, morals and et cetera. That was my.
And I would add to that too, is making sure that it's just not an academic exercise. I've been talking to developers and sort of getting their feedback on like what makes a difference in zoning, what would make a difference.
No zoning.
And as we're coming up with some of these changes, checking back with them, does this move the needle for me? Is this something that would really make a difference? So making sure it's grounded in that as also.
So I wanted to revisit the, or just better understand the rooming house. If restriction is, so if I end up alone in my house, I can't, and I need help paying my bills. I can't currently, I don't know. Is that true?
So that
Can I have a couple renters?
that specific change.
Yeah.
Was made as part of the last round, and I think the issue is that the definition of a boarding house and a rooming house is so broad.
Yeah.
That an unintended consequence could be that what you were describing, that someone might not be able to rent a room in their house. So like I said, one of the things that is yet to be done is looking at that use table.
Okay, and that'll be in this package.
Yes.
Come, that, okay, great, that's great.
I have a question. I have a question for you all, which is, how, it's kind of a like, how do you learn best question, which is like, this is gonna be a big package. And I want to make sure that we're doing all we can to make sure that you feel confident in understanding. And not just like some of the weedy stuff is important, but putting it in a context, like something as simple as forested versus forestry district, like is something that we're not thinking about. Like we're all talking the same language, doesn't occur to me to, which will also help us in talking to the public about these things too. And so thinking about, you don't have to have answers now, but thinking about ways that we as planning commissioners can can make sure that you all feel comfortable and confident with the changes that are being made and the why, so that you can answer questions. Just how we can better support you and kind of be partners in the informing the public and interacting with the public.
I know, for me, what helps is getting something early, and then if we can have a session to like, I had a question.
Yeah, walk
That
us
would be-
through the things that we have questions about. And reading something is valuable, but hearing verbally, I learn a lot better.
And also like, in those, I want to say 9 things that you just kind of ticked through, each of those sort of like, as soon as Amy or Paul or someone's like, imagine you have 2 acre of land, you know, 1 acre zone, and I was like, me like, oh, okay, now I get my head around it. Like, it's like talking about, oh, open land, but it just helps to say, here's a really concrete example of what we're talking about and what it currently looks like and what our new look will be, and here's the thought behind it. That is super helpful for me.
Yeah, it's kind of, I always struggle with trying to figure out what information to share, like at what level of granularity you want, because one of the things that we've been doing at the planning commission is looking at, here's a 1 acre lot, here's
Right,
60,000 square feet. What can you does this actually make sense? Could you, so we've gone through that processes of evaluating those things. And that's the type of information that I'm hoping that we can get up on the website, so for those doing information, they can actually see, oh, this, people are thinking this through, it's not just something that they're making up.
And being able to, like, for example, if someone, if you're talking about the 2 acre, that whole 2 acre thing, someone said, for example, like the corner of Packard Road and Route 15, that piece of land there, that's 1 acre. I don't know, I don't know what it is, but like that's 1 acre. So in your head, kind of double that. We're talking about 2 houses on there, and so just to sort of make it, because I don't know what 60,000 square feet looks like. I have no idea what that means. So the more that you can sort of like point to a piece of property or just something that everyone knows is
If you
super
wanted
helpful
to
for
have
me.
fun exercise, go to that map viewer that's there and turn on the parcels. You can zoom in.
Yep, I do that a
Oh,
lot.
parcels are on. I just zoomed out this far. You don't see them.
And then you just can start clicking on them and be like, well,
Yeah.
how big is this one? How
Yeah.
big is that one? What's this?
Right,
And
but
then-
like, for me, like, don't understand a lot of this, like, almost like a visual, like a map. Yeah,
Yeah,
like, and you
right.
see it,
I'm just
right?
talking about like.
Yeah.
Not for the. for
Yeah,
you
yeah,
guys,
yeah,
and,
yeah.
like,
Yeah.
we Need sort of a mental exercise.
Yeah. I also want to say, I know I've been really upfront about where I'm swimming against the current, but I'm thrilled by the work that you've done and the changes that you're proposing.
Thank you.
Thank
We
you.
could not have come this far without Christian.
Yeah.
He's like the
Thank you.
rowing caller.
But it's also, not like we have 7 members of the planning commission that show up in lockstep every time either. I mean,
Yeah.
there is a wide range of something shown. That is vetting a wide range of issues.
Why are you looking at me?
I didn't.
I know exactly why.
I can point to the meeting and the time and the comment.
So we kind of answered your question. So rural ag fourplex, yes, is where we are. It sounds like that's where you want us to be. Forestry, fourplex, we were, yes. Chris has brought some new considerations to us, so now we're gonna just make sure. We still haven't figured out how that then applies to individual houses. So all separated out, close together, far apart. That's to be done, probably when we talk about density and use table. The question about boarding house was sort of a very exaggerated interpretation of the definition. That was not the planning commission's intent whatsoever. Home share, I've mentioned home share in every other planning commission meeting. Then Heidi had mentioned in our last planning commission meeting that one of the things we really want to get to is get this off our desk, get it off your desk, get it in place so that we can all start working together on how can we talk to developers, how can we work with Chip, How can we get the public excited about renting a room in their house? Or excited about maybe adding an ADU, converting to a duplex? Building in my backyard is a campaign that the state, an organization within the state is working on. And working on wastewater and working on Riverside, like that's what's gonna move the needle. And we have a lot of smarts and energy and commitment to see all of these changes actually implemented on the ground. And if all we do is zoning changes and do nothing else, nothing really will happen. Nothing will change.
I totally agree about it. And I also think that the town could offer more help to the residents. So we could be open houses or workshops or something where someone comes, you say, come in, open office, whatever, and describe your situation. I've got 5 acres in this zone. What can I do? What is an ADU? How does that work? I've got a 5-bedroom house. I don't know what to do with it. I've got, 4 empty bedrooms. What do I do? Like, I think the town could offer more support in conjunction with explaining all these zoning changes. Say, by the way, if you're in low density residential, you now have, the lot size is decreased. And if you wanted to subdivide, here's some options. Here's how you would do it.
And that kind of advocacy and it is not a traditional role for a planning commission. It's not what planning commissions are described to do. But if the select board decides to ask us to work on that, I think we'd be very happy to work on that.
I think that, yeah, I think it would, my vision is it comes from the town, whatever that means, but
Yeah,
from this building, not
right.
specifically the planning commission, but
Right, but we're game,
But we're invested in it.
right,
And I think we care enough and want to see it succeed.
right.
So we're willing to go the extra mile and take that extra step and be our own advocates, basically.
Mhm.
I have a question. So this is going back, this is not about the fourplex thing, but just for that as an example. We go to the fourplex and you're gonna get some data about fourplex in a 3,000 square foot fourplex versus a 3,000 square foot house, and we'll compare that and talk about what the impacts are. But if the residential houses aren't, if the single family residential's sizes aren't limited, wouldn't if a 3,000 square foot fourplex, I would think, would have less impact than a 30,000 square foot single family. Maybe,
Probably.
right? So is there any thought, or is it absolute socialist lunacy to say we're going to limit single family homes to 5,000 square feet in Jericho?
We've tossed that question around a bunch of times. It comes up like every other meeting. Like, why can't we just do that? But I don't know.
Yeah, there's the line of thinking is any housing is good housing. And if you're building at 5,000, if you're building a more expensive home and someone moves there, then wherever they're moving from inside the state of Vermont, they're freeing up another house for someone else to move in. And so that's another way to think of it.
Except that if we're approaching zoning and regulations from sort of a environmental perspective, if there's an argument against the fourplex of whatever square feet, certainly there's an argument against monstrosity.
And in your argument, 3 people are losing out on housing there because you're not having 4 families, you have 1 family that has a house on that. So like, I agree. Build more housing. I am team housing.
If someone's like, oh, well, this is what I want to build, then they don't.
I had a
I don't
related,
know if we're allowed. I don't know if you'd be allowed to do that really, but.
I had a
Maybe,
Like he'd be sued by somebody saying town
Yeah.
can't do that.
yeah. don't
I
know.
had a related thought, which was going back to our fee scale, which is what if we had a rolling or a more gradated fee scale, so that if your house, if you want to build a 10,000 square foot house, the fees, permit fees would be huge. And we would put the extra permit fees into like a fund for, community septic or some kind of, or affordable housing, or so that yes, you can build a big house, but if it's really big, we're gonna charge a much higher.
If it's above this, it costs this. If it's above this, it costs this.
We're gonna use that money. This is how we're gonna use that money. We're gonna turn it back towards the community for affordable housing.
Heidi's had her hand up for a while. Heidi, go ahead. I don't know how long you've had it up.
Oh, no, thank you. I
so much.
appreciate it. I think Chris Brown's and Susan started to talk about it. I think we have been trying to be very diligent in responding to what we heard in the town plan. And I think, sort of this idea of limiting the ability of landowners and developers based on size, like the big house versus, was not something that was brought up. Certainly, we heard very strongly of the call for more options at more affordable rates across all different lifestyles in town. And so I think we could make an argument that what we are seeing now are primarily very large house in single family homes going in. And so if our goal, according to the town plan, and our goal as directed from the select board is to try and create more variety and smaller units, then that does speak to the question of the carrot versus the stick, which is I think where Susan and Chris are going to, which is it a preventing something versus can we think of incentivizing? And Chris Shaheen had mentioned earlier that there's a piece of work that a small subgroup is going to be doing. It's like the incentivizing small and clustered housing. And there's only so much, frankly, that can be done through zoning. And so I think this is the part where I hear Chris Brown, what you're saying, Chris, is it's about incentives and fees, where that may not be the jurisdiction of the planning commission was really focused on planning and zoning, but could very well be picked up by perhaps the select board under a different structure. Like it's where does the power lie, or where are the opportunities to create more incentives? And I think zoning is just, as Susan said, just one tool. And so I think this question, Peter, that you're asking is a really legitimate and important one that, you're sort of putting out there as crazy man, but there's ways of saying this is an ideal that we are striving for. And the ideal is not necessarily to stop people from having their mega houses, but it's to make sure that that doesn't preclude other options on the limited amount of land that we do have available for development, particularly in those areas where we are trying to focus increase development and or increase infrastructure.
Yeah, Peter, I want to go back to your question too. It's my gut reaction to putting a cap on a single family home size is that it's not a good idea, but it's a gut reaction, and I would want to be able to
Refine and think
with
and yeah.
facts and say these 3 towns did it, and
Yeah.
their housing production dropped off 30% because of it,
Yeah.
or these towns did it, and this was the results that might be what we're looking for.
Yeah.
So
I have a question somewhat related. So the select board is in charge of accepting a new road, correct? Like if there's a neighborhood that gets approved by the DRB, the select board has to approve the road. Is that true?
The select board has the option to. We don't have to. We haven't done it.
It has to go through us.
25 years.
Well,
Yes.
you accept a road.
Yeah.
If you want to accept the road as a public road.
Yes.
Most of the development in Jericho that's happened at all with roads, the roads are built as private roads.
Okay.
To a public spec, and they stay as private roads.
Okay.
And until you guys change the road policy was Jericho will not accept any new roads.
Okay.
We did
And-
change that policy.
Right, you changed it, and as we've been thinking about incentives and we think about wastewater, roads is another big inducement. So if the town were willing to look at Riverside, for example, where there's a subdivision plan and decide to partner or build roads there, that's another benefit to the developer, because it's infrastructure that they don't have to take care of. And they generally are happy to pass over the road, as you learned from Black Walnut. It's a big responsibility to have a road.
Right.
So if in the future, we've kind of talked a little bit like in the growth areas, for example, like Village. If it were a policy that after 5 years that the town would take over the road, that would actually be a nice benefit for developers. We haven't vetted that with developers. We haven't talked about that at all. I'm talking sort of off the top of my head right now, like brainstorming.
Yeah,
But that would be, you're right about to ask about roads.
and where do those regs sit? Are they in the zoning regs? Or are they somewhere else? Do we know?
What are you talking about? Greg?
Roads, like what is the criteria that we use to say
In the public specs.
in the public road specs,
The
which,
specs, layout, dimensions.
okay, which are
Construction standards.
in Chris's office or?
No, in mine.
Okay, all right. I'm asking this because when I don't know whether we have a rule that if we're gonna accept a road, it can't have certain restrictions.
Well,
to it.
you.
We
you
just-
make
we
that-
Did do that?
We just did
Yeah,
one.
okay,
Yeah,
great,
we just
yeah.
did a new road policy and we considered
Yeah.
a lot of types of things. And one of the things that we
Did-
considered. I thought you were here, to be honest with you, but
No, because I don't remember.
okay, so I guess not. I guess it was
Before you.
All right.
before your
Yeah.
time.
Okay,
I have no
Specs
concept.
though also are pretty old
yeah,
and really could do more for walkability and connectivity and pedestrian friendly design, which you've heard a lot about with traffic calming. If the public works specs were updated to really emphasize traffic calming, roads would be built better.
mhm. Okay, that's a good thing for us. to
sorry.
But
work on.
we can pull that up and show you what, because we did have a lot of really good discussions, thinking kind of along the lines of your thinking, like, hey, we'll accept a road, but
Okay,
we
good.
don't want you to have covenants that forbid things that are specifically encouraged in the town plan, and you need to like
Okay,
those types of things.
that's great. Thanks.
No banning rentals of a room and that type of thing, right?
Okay.
I mean, I don't know if it's clearly called out, and it doesn't force us to accept a road. It kind of gives guidance of like, here are some things to consider. Like, we can't say you can't have this in your whatever, but we can say we're not going to take the road. So we tried to balance like what type of things that we will, to Susan's point of like, it's an incentive to have us take it over, and it incentivizes us to not have covenants that ban this and that.
Thank you.
Okay, the idea was to have this go between an hour and 90 minutes, which we're right in the middle of. I do want to get at, for the next one, what kind of things are both of you, I guess, the select board and the planning commission, what kind of things do you all want to see? So like Susan and I can maybe consider. I mean, this was great. Having a little like, here's what's coming is awesome. And so maybe it will be, hopefully by the next one we'll be done, right? This will be in the work.
This will be in the rearview mirror.
Yeah.
We having a cake to celebrate.
Yeah.
I have
You first.
a thought on the next or an upcoming meeting. I love a plan. That's what I do. I would love at some point to have a strategic planning session with this joint group to take the town plan, take the capital plan, and put this into a 5, 10, 15, 20-year plan so that as we then work back, we can make a plan for a calendar year or 2 calendar years that we then distribute to each working group in the town so that everybody knows where we're headed and everybody can contribute to that. I think that would be, because the town plan is largely visionary. It's not an action plan. And so I think it would be really useful if we could work together to do that. That's my thought.
I had the same thought about, my thought was more broad, which was just like for next time to pull up a town plan and just like talk through it. But Chris articulated better the idea of like laying out a plan and how it's gonna be executed and building the capital plan in there as well and all that. I think that's great.
And how to integrate the different committees into
Right.
the work.
Yep.
So that there's guidance.
And then they can point to us and say, okay, that's great, but if we're gonna do that, we're gonna need help with these 3 things, or no, they can give a feedback back to us too.
But the town plan does have that getting it done section.
Yep.
Which is a nice place to start.
It is a good place to start. It's still relatively visionary, so. I want an action plan, but yes, it is a good place to start, absolutely.
We already have the date set for the next one?
Yeah, we do.
September 17th.
So you neighbor.
Okay, well, as you think of things, if, feed them to your respective chairs, and I think Susan and I will try to meet sometime ahead of September 17th. I gotta get another one of those on there too. Yeah, I was thinking about that. I don't have one scheduled, but I'll work with the chairs to get one scheduled. The last time I had one, only 2 actual chairs came. Everyone else sent delegates, so it'll be good to get the actual
But it was
chairs.
still useful.
It was very.
I was a delegate.
Yeah, it was very useful.
It was useful.
This would have been better for Susan instead of Chris, you know what I mean?
Not as useful.
Yeah.
Summer's hard.
True. So yeah, maybe we should do it sooner than later while it's still cold every other day.
No, I just had to put my jacket for freezing.
Okay. Well, this was great. Do I have a motion to adjourn the joint meeting of the Select Board and the Planning Commission?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Thank you very much.
Thank
Really
you.
appreciate it.
Thank you all.
Thank you all.
you.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. Thank you, Heidi.
No, I don't. I got my water.
I brought snacks. I lobbied for pizza, but. Oh.
No, we'll take a few minutes if you need a break and then.
Yeah.
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Doing that. No.
Thank you for that.
Because I want Chris to hand it.
Yeah, thank you. It was better than Front Porch Forum, and it just felt like
Yes.
this is our public forum. That's the place.
So we'll make sure that, yeah, or we'll make sure together we'll get them.
Yeah.
Or, like, we'll make sure Heidi go.
Yeah.
I love it. I just gave it to Chris. Oh, good. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Thank you for your work.
I was just gonna. I just slid down, it was like 75% up.
Well, thank you, and I also never have a purse, so I would have.
Oh, no, and then I wouldn't have been able.
We have to wait till 6:30?
We don't, we specifically structured it so we don't. I was just gonna wait for Laura to get back.
Yeah. Now, I wasn't sure if we had said like.
No, last time we did one of these, we ended up with this awkward like 25
of
minutes.
just sitting there doing
So we-
nothing. We got a warning.
so we just said-
Smart to just one bleeds in the next.
Yep. Which makes it a little
Put it right here, because Amy's.
makes it a little more challenging for folks who have things later in the agenda, but.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. We need a pen.
Hey, this is Erin. While we're waiting, can you pull the TV back just a little bit so I can see more of the room audience?
I can do that, Paul. You want to just
flat.
You want it,
Towards the door.
is this good or is this bad?
Based on.
Perfect, right there. Thank you.
Themselves with for the next day. I can tell you more.
Is there a camera on that?
It's, we use one of the vendors that I'm doing the position for.
Oh.
Gotcha.
What, because,
I don't know.
how does the angle of that affect?
It sounded, seems so cool.
How does the angle of the TV affect her view?
I mean, it's
So,
appropriate.
the
Oh, it
camera,
was blocking.
camera
It was-
is
Gotcha, okay.
above, yeah, right there.
I was thinking that the TV was the camera, but I realized now it's
It's
blocking
not.
your view.
It was just the corner of the TV that kind of blocks.
Yep.
Yeah,
I got
thank
you.
you.
So I'm gonna turn it back a little bit. Tell me if I go too much. I wanna.
Okay.
Screen. Tell me when to stop.
You could move it that way.
Yeah, can you just move it that way?
That's too much. That's good. That's better.
Okay, right there? Okay.
That's great. Thank you.
Okay, Select Board, we ready? All right, I'll call to order the regularly scheduled meeting of the Jericho Select Board, the May 21st edition. In order to make our meetings efficient, we're limiting public comment to the beginning of the meeting, the public to be heard section. We will allow discussion on the speed control options for Jericho Center this evening, but any other discussion of anything else on the agenda or off the agenda is reserved to the public comments section.
That comment section.
As soon as I get done with this little blurb. Yeah, I'm almost done. Oh, it's a welcome. It's great fun. Select board meetings are in the public, not of the public, so please do not use the chat on Zoom for anything other than technical issues. Please be respectful. Please keep public comments to 3 minutes or less. So this is about anything other than the Jericho speed discussion that which will allow comment for later. Is there any public to be heard?
I want to talk.
Chuck's hand went up before yours. Yeah.
I want to follow up and respond to a few things from the earlier meeting. The state is currently, as you may know, developing some model designs for universal approval of housing of various types. Most of the multifamily housing designs they're currently considering in the current state would be prohibited in Riverside. I think you want to make sure that you have zoning revisions that would allow the multifamily housing designs that the state was designing. In the last revision, you prohibited condos and townhouses in Jericho Center. No more than 5, no more than 4, 5 or more is prohibited. That was a new prohibition in Jericho Center, which to me is heading in the wrong direction. I would encourage you to really study the LDR, particularly on Brown Strait Road from beginning to end. I think you'll ultimately be disappointed at the housing potential. It has been devastated by the 3 acre zoning and the DUD process. A lot of those lots that you see driving up and down, there's building is prohibited. Much of the best land has been consumed by that, particularly around, the high school, northern part of Brown Strait, southern part of Brown Strait. I learned this when I was studying all the HOH. Probably the most important recommendation of the ones that went from you to the planning commission was neutered by an abbreviation that didn't appear on the screen. And that was to permit and incentivize clusters of small dwellings and PUDs, for example, by requiring no additional land for additional dwellings deeded to be less than 1,200 square feet. I think this is the most significant, most important recommendation in all here, and I hope that you will work to kind of fully understand that recommendation from the housing committee and the possible benefits. The temptation on the part of Jericho is whenever we open a window for people of less wealth, we want to over design and control them so that they don't offend us. And I think it's important that this one be passed with a minimum number of design. And I'll note that also, I want to say that there hasn't been a house built in Jericho Center in the last 50 years that meets the new requirements of Jericho Center that were passed last fall. And I think the conversation about actually there is a cap on single family homes. You can get a permit up to 10,000 square feet. If you want to build a bigger one, you have to go through a CUD process. I noticed in the conversation, there really wasn't much talk about banning single family homes in these critical areas. I really think that wherever we allow, and I'm all for not allowing residences in critical uplands habitats. We just allowed 9 homes, 3,500 square feet each, costing $1.1 million in the forestry zone. And by God, that's gotta be comparable to, small scale, multifamily housing. And I think Laura, your comments about, the agricultural zone, it's really clear what the agricultural zone is for. It's true. It's for agriculture and for, you know, and for some housing, but, it's, you know, we have a bunch of agricultural, zoned agricultural on poor soils. Where, and I'll just finish quickly by saying, I think the thing that will give us more housing the fastest is what we allow in PUDs on 10-acre lots. The current incentives are bogus. And I think that's where the 1,200 square feet option comes in. Thank you.
Thank you, Chuck. The gentleman back there, Hendrick.
My name's James Kozlowski. I've been living down there at that house at the bottom of the hill before you go through the bridge 99% of my life. For the last 2 years, I've been trying to get somebody to do something about these bicycles doing 50 miles an hour, 40, and then 30 down the sidewalk. I've had to jump out of the way 3 times. And I talked to one kid and he goes, I got brakes. I don't know you're coming, buddy. You have no horn, you have no bell. You're doing 30 miles an hour. You racing cars and screaming, we beat them. I got brushed by one of them and he laughed. You know what I'm going to do next? I want you guys to get a hold of the principal over there at Mansfield. Get all these kids together and explain to them when you're doing 40 miles an hour and somebody steps in front of you, your brakes don't work. You're going to drive right over. I'm 73 years old. I want to live a little longer without any permanent damage, broken back, neck, or whatever the hell. And Lord forbid, if I can crawl back out of that sidewalk, I'm going to make sure that kid knows he did it. Now, my next solution is, the next time, I've talked to one individual 3 times, and the faster he goes, I'm going to smash his bike. I don't care if I go to jail or whatever. I'm going to set an example. I'm sick of it. I lived there all my life.
Where is this?
Right down here at the bottom of the hill. Before you go.
Oh, right here.
Like by Joe's?
Around by Joe's.
And I thought maybe a sign up here, walk your bike, pedestrians only. One of them little kids, even an older person or myself, is gonna get hit by one of these kids on one of them electric bikes at 30 to 40 miles an hour. Now we got a kid that runs around up here with his dirt bike up and down the sidewalk. When we wanted to go fast, we went down the road. You know why? Because there was people on the sidewalk when I grew up. I don't understand kids at all. I have no respect for nothing. I stopped them and talked to them. And all I do is laugh and giggle and I don't know you're there. I don't hear you coming. I'm walking down the sidewalk. I turn to look at something and wham, there's a bike. Wow. Whoa, boy, that was fun. And you know, I don't even care if I go to jail for smashing that bike. I'm gonna make an example out of the whole thing. And that one kid, I'll tell you, it's all right to buy electric bikes, but you gotta buy a brain with it too. And this all starts at home. I have 3 kids that turned out to be very professional because they listened to their parents and did what they told them to do and explained why. Now, you want to go out and buy your kid a bike that'll go 40 miles an hour, no helmet, no nothing. Gee, thank you. And I want something done about it, and I don't mean, I've been doing this for 2 years. This is the first time I got so pissed to come here. And I've been a very calm individual. And it takes a lot to piss me off. And I'm at my boiling point. And I don't see why the principal can't get together over there at that school and explain this shit to these people. That you don't stop. It's like driving a car. Anybody can drive a car, don't mean you know how to drive it. No bells, no horns, nothing. And you want to feel something scary while you're standing on the sidewalk is when you turn like this and whoa. Oh, yeah, all right, okay, I needed that, you know? So, you know, I would appreciate it if somebody could do something about this, and I don't want to wait another 3 years.
Have you talked to the?
I have talked to this place 3 times about the town clerk and everybody that I've talked to in here, and I have got nowhere. This year, I'm done with it. I've been in the hospital half the winter, and I want to live a little longer with all the parts I got that work now. And I think that's pretty reasonable. I pay my taxes here for the last 80 years. They've been paid on full, on time. And I just need a little help to stay alive a little longer. One of these little kids that run out in the road, even when there's no bikes, believe it or not, the parents have to run out and get them. One of them little kids steps in front of that bike, I'm gonna tell you. Even an older person, it's not gonna be good. And you know, I hate to say this, but I now call Morgan and Morgan. And thank you for your time. I'm sorry, I'm a little excited, but you know, it's been coming for a long time and I've had it. I really have. And I have never asked this town for anything.
Thank you for your comments.
Take care. And I'm serious about the first bike, just might get smashed.
Is there any other public to be heard? Brent?
Hello, my name's Brent Anderson. I'm up on Sully Hill Road. And I actually just wanted to talk a little bit about resources. I've had a ditch issue that we've been working through with a number of folks for 14 months now. And frankly, it just hasn't been resolved. And my impression is it really comes down to is the road crews doing the best they can. But my thought is that in the past, there were resources available to deal with the smaller issues. I would call up a couple days later, something would be fixed. You know, 20 years ago, a new ditch was put in, completely blocked 17 acres I had no access to. Called them up, a couple days later, they put a culvert in, fixed the situation. I had never been to the select board meeting before a couple of years ago because things were just dealt with. I probably spent 50 hours of my time just trying to work through this issue. And it just keeps cycling through. And again, I think the people are doing the best job they can. And I really look at the select board saying, maybe look at it to see if there's enough resources to deal with these smaller issues so that they can get scheduled and they can get taken care of. And they don't go month to month to month. I mean, there was June it was going to get done, July was going to get done, September is going to get done. Absolutely before the freeze up, it's going to get done. It's now May. And I still don't have a plan. So I think, again, the people are doing the best job they can. I really look at it as it's really has to come from I think the select board that says we're putting resources in that support certain activities so that they can respond and get things done in a timely fashion, because it shouldn't take 50 hours. I was out there with the shovel all summer last year trying to reduce damage to my property. It was not pleasant. And I sent lots of emails, had lots of discussion, there were lots of dates, and they were missed. Work has been done, but I still, you know, one side of the road still has no ditch. All winter long, the postal person come up to my mailbox, then they'd have to back down the road just so they could get up the hill. Never had to do that before. They're relatively small issues. So I don't want to say it's a big thing, but if it doesn't get done with in a month or 6 months or 14 months, I think there's a problem. So anyway, thank you.
Thanks for your comments, Brent.
Thanks, Brent.
Is there other public to be heard online in the room? First thing on the agenda is review and consider approval of the Jericho Center Pet Parade in June. Catherine Bass. Catherine, are you there with us?
Yeah, I am. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, great. I'm Catherine Bass. I'm the director of Jericho Town Library, and I'm here today because the library would like to ask the select board's permission to close just Upper Jericho Center Circle and Boulder Hill Road on Saturday, June 6th from 9:45 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. for the annual Jericho Center Pet Parade.
No way. All right, next agenda item.
So ready. If you guys are ready, I love this event. I'd love to make a motion. I want to make a motion to approve the Jericho Center Pet Parade on June 6th.
I'll second it.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Great. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Catherine.
Thank you, Catherine.
Have a good day.
Me too. Next on the agenda is to approve the paving bid from SD Ireland for paving in fiscal year 27. I have a comment about this, and it's probably just more about life in general, but occasionally I'll like read the whole entire contract, and then I just wonder why I sit on these boards. There's nothing descriptive in the contract about what they're actually going to do.
Well,
That's exactly.
I went through it. I didn't read it, but I went through it. I was like, it's got to be in there somewhere. I have no idea what's being paid.
It's in a referenced set of documents that we don't have.
Yes, yes.
Perfect. Which.
You found the reference?
No,
It should be
well,
in
it's
here.
referenced in here,
It
yes,
is referenced in
but
here. Okay.
I should have
it
included
makes
this
it
in here.
harder for us to
Yeah.
approve it when we don't really
Like
know
I
what
don't
we're doing.
like knowing about the insurance. I understand it's important. I don't want to read about it.
Jacob, come on up.
I get the gist, but it'd probably be good for like us and the public to hear what our plans are for the year and what we're looking to do this season and all that. So
So that paving bed is to do from the fire station in Jericho Center to Barber Farm Road. The reason it is somewhat broad is it's more to get the tonnage and everything of the price per ton of the asphalt and then the cold planing, which is taking like a skim coat of 2 inches of asphalt off the road before we repave it to get rid of some of those wear spots and wheel rutting that is on the road currently. Like we have to go, the highway department has to go through, especially, we're also doing from Governor Peck to Bridge 15, that really rough section coming down by Fitzsimons Road.
Oh, yeah.
That's also part of that bid, so that is those 2 locations. Sometimes with that mobilizing from one place to another, you pay for mobilization. They have to move from one place to another, they have to hire a truck, whatnot. Anyway, the highway department, before they do this, we also have to go through and some of those spots where like the holes or the scabbing on top of the road surface is really low, we have to go through and add asphalt to it to make sure when they they do the cold planing, they get a true 2-inch cold plane.
I don't know what gold plane is. Did you just
So
explain it and I missed it?
Kind of like when you go on the road and it's grooved, they grind the road on without taking it all the way down to reclaim, which would be going all the way back down to gravel.
Yeah.
So it's just taking like the wear course of the asphalt off, because it's 4 inches, so they'll take half of it off.
Okay.
And then put that top wear course back on.
Yep.
So that is with that project. There's 2 culverts that we also need to replace. One right by Jericho Center store, the other one at the last crosswalk before you get to Barber Farm Road. I think you drove by when I was.
Yep, you were there.
Measuring it.
Yep.
We have some sidewalk in there that we kind of have.
Does SD Ireland do that, or are you doing them?
No, we have to do that. We're
Before
doing
they
the
go.
culverts when we have to do it before they pave, because they need time to set up
Mhm.
or have compaction before the pavement goes on. So
Does that include Jericho Circle or is it just Brown's Trace?
it's just Brown's Trace, but I believe that price is 186,000.
Yep.
Yeah.
So we still have 100,000 in there.
Still there.
To either extend or
Do whatever, yeah.
do whatever. I know I focused on this area. One, because of the speed hump and the traffic calming issues we were having and everything, so. And before we decide to do anything, that road needs to be brought up to. Basically new because of the wheel rutting and everything. You can't put speed humps on top of a worn road, because then you're gonna just take them back off in 2, 3 years, 5 years. It's a waste of money, so.
That was my question, was we need to,
Well,
do we need to coordinate it? Do we need to coordinate it all? Like, is there anything that we might want to do, which we're gonna be discussing in 20 minutes or whatever, that we should do before this paving happens or do in conjunction with the paving?
So I'm gonna go down through, once I'm currently on Pratt Road finishing our grant aid that needs to be done before July. after that, I am headed up to, Silly Hill to finish that project. And then, throughout the month of June, I have a couple leftover projects from last year that we just didn't have time to finish. So we're going up to finish, trying to finish up all those projects kind of before we get our new budget, and then as soon as July hits, we're gonna go down on Brown's Trace. I have ditching to do, I have culverts to change, I have berms to remove. So we're gonna kind of redress that whole Jericho Center up. I have under drain to put in also, from Governor Peck down to kind of get rid of some of that. Unevenness, there's water trapped under the road, and that's why you're getting some of that heaviness up through there.
But to their points, I have no idea what we're gonna pick tonight, but we absolutely need to be coordinating with whatever comes out of the discussion later on in the meeting with the paving. It may make sense to pave before, it may make sense to pave after, depending on what we do.
So for example, we would have said, I'm making this up, but if we said, oh, we're gonna put a 2 foot wide thing down, 2 inches, 3 inches high, 2 feet wide down the middle of the road, we would want to coordinate that. I'm thinking we want to coordinate that with SD Ireland.
No, so what, I have talked to Pete from Richmond, as you have mentioned that, and they did put those ones on Cochrane Road. If we wanted to go the speed.
We're not talking speed humps, he's talking something else. He's talking like a divider.
Any feature at all, any feature, right?
Yeah.
Oh, there was the option.
Yeah.
There is the option to work with the highway department with Richmond. And have them help assist installing similar to what is on Cochrane Road. In-house. And also removing the current one and relocating it by Jericho Center.
And would that all be after SD Ireland, or are there any things that we could want? What if we wanted to put bollards down the middle of the road that were buried in the cement? I'm making up things, trying to think of some situation where we want to.
Yeah, what if maybe we should have been I should have been a little smarter about this. Maybe we should have put this agenda item right next to the other agenda item.
Well, sorry.
Well, my thought is, if we make it, when we make a decision on traffic calming, we could then bring it back to you.
Yeah.
And ultimately to SD Ireland if it needs to go there, to say, not a problem, let's go ahead and pave it, or that's a different idea, let's hold off on the paving.
Yeah, I think our job here on this item is to approve the vendor.
Yes.
Which we're gonna do. And then I think maybe all these other questions we should pepper him hard with when we get to that section of the.
So we say, yes, we're going to SD Ireland for this amount of money.
Yeah, I mean, we look at the bids.
And then in half an hour, we decide, we're gonna do this thing, it won't affect that, or, oh no, we should talk to SD Ireland about how to coordinate that.
Yeah,
But
so as long as you can
opportunity.
hang out for that discussion, which is gonna be important, that'll be good.
I have a different question, which is, every time I see the roads repaved, I always want the shoulder to be wider, which I know is not simple, but at what point is that an option that we could consider?
Now, do you mean with asphalt, or do you mean with like so typically we put, for shoulder material, we put asphalt grindings that they put on after the fact of paving to kind of give a space on the shoulder.
Yeah, I know that section by the, end of Fitzsimons there where that dip is, those shoulders are perennially washed out. And so ideally, I always want it to be pavement because it's just better for bikes and, everybody. But anyway, it's a sort of a general question, but every time the paving comes up, that's the first thought I had is, can we make them a little bit wider? And like I said, I appreciate it's not simple everywhere, certainly, but I just want to know.
I mean, it's the reason something like that area is the water trapped under the road and the lack of maintenance. Once we go through and re-maintain, re-ditch, re-stone line, and do all the things to that section before they pave it, you'll see minimal to no to wear in that. I understand what you're saying is like extending it wider. You have to build the road out. That road width is already 60 feet wide. Through that section.
So then at some point we might be into restriping. So that's another question is when we restripe it, can we talk about where the stripes are?
Yeah.
Because that also I understand goes, if you narrow the travel lane, it helps control and it gives the bikes more space. So that would be equally important, I think.
Mhm.
So when do we have that discussion?
After it's
Is striping part of their contract?
no, it is not, because we have a subcontractor that comes in and stripes everything. So we have some striping, so that area will be, those paved areas. They hold off to paint line stripe the town because they move through and do every town. So they wait and we contacted them in the spring of the year to let them know what we were paving and kind of the time frame. So once that is repaved, then we contact them and let them know it is repaved and they will come and restripe it.
Okay,
You're talking fog lines,
Yeah.
right? Are you talking fog
Yeah,
lines? to
I
put them in?
Just pinching.
Yeah.
would like to,
We actually are having them come in. I gotta talk to Megan when they are, but they are gonna be coming in soon. So
Yeah.
what I'll do is I'll have Megan and you reach out to them and have them narrow with, bring the fog lines in. I'm not sure how much, but that'll be something that we can certainly reach out to them and.
that would be great. And I know the Bike Pet Group has data about, how wide, what the difference is and, how wide the travel lane is. And anyway, I just would like to be sure that we are on top of that.
My mom's been asking me to ask this since I've been on the select board, and you're as close to it as we're gonna get, but in like, I don't know, 92, 93, I spent a little time living in extremely rural New York. And they always, like, all of the roads, I don't know if this is legal in Vermont, but what they did is they would put, it's like if you take your road width, on this side of the road, they would say it's on the whatever, this side. They would put the white line right at the edge, and then they'd put the yellow line and then the white line. And so on one side of all their rural roads, way more rural than anything we have here, at least back then. So you'd have one side that's really wide, same width road, probably even more narrow road, but you end up with this huge,
Like a 5 foot wide lane.
Yeah, or maybe not 5, right? But like they were always pushed to one side everywhere, not on like the main like Route 15 kind of things, but on any of like the class 3s or whatever you call those. They were always like that. Is that like, are we allowed to do that? I've never seen that in Vermont.
The only thing I don't know if it messes with is I know a lot of our road stuff is like based off the center line where it falls, what we can do on the side of the road. That would be my only, like, it calls it the center line. I don't know if that means the middle or the yellow line where that is.
Right.
No idea, but
Well, wouldn't the yellow, would be moved, right?
Yeah.
Everything would be like, so basically the whole,
Yeah.
all the lines just
Yeah.
moved one way or the other. Anyway, it's something to consider because there's a lot of people, and then it would, I mean, you have to change your whole pattern and like people walking on the same side. Like I understand that comes with a whole.
Bikers are now biking into traffic.
Yeah.
It's scary.
Yeah. But that's how they did it over there at that time, which was a few years ago now. We need a motion to approve or unless anyone has more questions.
So, and again, we didn't see the contract documents, so we just trust that you've seen them and
Yes.
they're.
He was here at the bid opening.
Okay.
And I've talked to other highway departments who have gone through similar bidding process and they're, after we have is very, like, what, they didn't quite make Richmond or Heinsberg, but they weren't far behind and all their specs met.
I make a motion to approve the contract with SD Ireland in the amount of $186,690.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Next on the agenda
Thanks,
is
Jacob.
Yeah, thanks, Jacob, but don't leave.
Don't go far.
Next on the agenda is to present and accept the town audit presented by Rick Brigham from Sullivan and Powers. Brian, are you coming up for this one? Is this your wheelhouse? You want to come up and sit, or you want to sit back there? What do you want to do?
Go ahead, Rick.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for having me here tonight. I just wanted to spend a few minutes kind of going through the audit report with you. So you'll see the audit report's 49 pages, lots of information in there. What I usually have people focus on is pages 1 through 3, which is the auditor's opinion. Everything else in this financial statements is really the responsibility of management, the board, the finance team there. And Brian actually even prepares the full financial statement. My responsibility as your auditor is to, through my testing, my work, my procedures, to determine an opinion on those financial statements. When you're having an opinion on an audit report, you have 3 choices. You can have a adverse opinion, meaning the financial statements are not fairly stated. You can have a qualified opinion, meaning the financial statements are fairly stated except for something. And the best you can have is an unqualified opinion. Once again, the town of Jericho has received an unqualified audit opinion for the 6/30/25 year. I always like to congratulate my clients who get to that level. There's a lot of clients who are working towards that and getting there. But once again, you guys have achieved that unqualified opinion this year. If you look,
We've got Brian, we've got Brian though, so we're like, well, obviously, of course we do. Like, it's not even news to us. We have
It's
Brian.
funny that you're saying good words, but you're also saying the word unqualified. That sounds, I understand that it is good.
Yes, it's a good thing. It's a good thing. So yes, so I'm just going to kind of thumb through a couple of the other sections of the report with you real quickly. I'm not going to dive into the numbers. The numbers are old by this point, and you've probably been seeing a lot of updated numbers that you're probably more up to date than I am, and as far as those numbers go. But if you're looking at the audit report and you looked at nothing else, if you looked at pages 4 through 9, it's what's called the management's discussion and analysis. It's kind of a mini summary of the results of the audit, basically in layman's terms, user-friendly, easy to understand wording. So to kind of give you a synopsis of what happened during the year. So if you didn't want to dig through all the 47 pages, read those pages, and I think you'll get a good idea of what happened during the year. If you're looking at pages 12, 13, 14, 15, those are your fund financials. Those are what everybody focuses on. Like, for example, you'll see page 12 is basically your balance sheet of the major funds, the road impact fee, the general fund, the maintenance facility fee fund. And then that fourth column is the other non-major funds, like the conservation, preservation, old red mill, all those other funds combined to come to that column. You'll see those if you were looking for more detail on pages 42 through 47 to kind of give you all the numbers related to that. But again, if you're looking at page 14, 12 was the balance sheet. 14 is really the income statement of what happened during the year and how you ended up for the year. If you're looking for a deeper dive into notes, what your terms are for your bonds, your loans, what your capital assets and your depreciation, what your fund balance is, pages 19 through 39 is a much deeper dive into a lot of the information that you might be looking for within the financial statements. Like I said, if you're looking for more detailed information, this is the place to go to get that kind of information. I didn't want to go into anything else other than that. Like I said, on pages 42 through 47, same thing. You got your balance sheets and your income statements for all the different non-major funds that get totaled and brought to the front. Nothing there that looked out where we needed to talk about any of the numbers related to that. So one of the requirements of an audit when you're done is if you have any material weaknesses or significant deficiencies in the financial reporting or controls, you need to report that to the board and report it as part of this report. I'm pleased to report that there were no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies that were noted during the audit. So again, congratulations on that too as well. Other required communications, we encountered no difficulties in dealing with staff or management. We had no disagreements with staff or management. We had no consultations with other auditors, and all entries we proposed were posted by management. So overall, I was very pleased with how the audit went. We're really looking forward to being there again this summer and getting 6/30/26 going.
Oh, Rick, that was a terrific presentation. And because if you look at this, this is a daunting document. And to have someone in 10 minutes just walk through the general areas of, well, the purpose of the audit and the general presentation. Super job. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for all your hard work.
Rick, I think I asked you this last year, but I'll ask you
Yep.
again anyways. Can you give me an example of a material weakness, just so I understand what that would mean?
So a material weakness probably would be somebody like, oh, there's no controls over reconciliations of cash, either whether, whether somebody's signing checks and doing the reconciliations, and there's no oversight by somebody. That would be a common one.
Okay.
Or
Okay.
the most common one that some of my clients face is just not reconciling balance sheet accounts, making sure your receivables list and your payables list reconcile back to what's on the trial balance. Those are probably the most common ones.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Questions for Ruth?
Your motion, or we just say, great, thank you?
Oh, we
do accept.
we have to
this, or
accept
just
the
say-
audit?
I'd make a motion to accept the auditor's report for 2025.
I will second that.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Thanks, Rick. Thanks, Brian, for all your work.
Thank you, Brian.
Working with them.
Thank you very much. Have a good rest of your meeting.
Brian and
Thank
Paula.
you.
Well done, Paula and Brian.
And Amy and.
And Amy.
Next is presentation of the Chittenden Solid Waste District proposed fiscal year 27 budget.
Hi, everybody. My name is John Valparta. I'm the Director of Finance at Chittenden Solid Waste. I'm joined by my colleague, Jen Holliday. We're both filling in for Sarah Reeves, and we'll run through our little presentation in a second here. I have a PowerPoint I'd like to share. If you give me a second, I'll share my screen, and hopefully I know how to make this work. Okay, hopefully everyone can see my my PowerPoint here, the Chittenden Solid Waste FY 2027 budget proposal.
Yep.
I'm not Sarah, but I'm filling in for Sarah. A little bit about who we are. Most of you, I'm guessing, are very familiar with the Chittenden Solid Waste, right? We run the drop-off centers, the environmental depot, the management recycling facility, and our organics diversion facility throughout the county. Why we're here? We're here because our charter requires us to go out to all of the member communities and have them vote to approve the district's annual budget. Each select board has one vote. There's no weighting of the votes by population or anything like that. So everyone's votes count equally. Our whole reason for existence is really column 3 here, right? Our purpose in life is to divert as much material as possible from the landfill. And while we are doing a pretty good job, as you see by column 2 there, there's still quite a bit of work to be done. Almost half of the materials going into the landfill really could be diverted. So this one's, I'm sure you've all heard about in the news. A little bit difficult to talk about, but the new MRF project. We were the victim of a fraud incident where $3 million went to basically the wrong folks. Right, it was meant for our construction partner, and unfortunately went off to fraudsters. This is an ongoing investigation with the authorities. And our board is also conducting their own internal review with an independent consultant. CSWD is cooperating fully with law enforcement. I still hold out the hope that we'll recover something, but at this point, who knows? Next steps. So we're not asking any of the townships to pay anything extra to fill this funding gap. What we've done is we went back to our budget, scrubbed through it, and revised the budget to remove any expenditures that we could possibly remove. It took a good hard look at our revenue assumptions, identified what kind of capital expenditures might be deferred, anything we could to try to preserve some of the cash or generate a little extra cash through cutting of expense. Any of the FY27 revenue generated that'll be above and beyond our budgeted needs will go directly into this MRF project fund. We're also talking about a short-term loan to fill this funding gap. If all goes well and my projections are spot on, we will be able to replenish all of our reserves and our funds by FY30. So about 2 years to get back on track. Here's a sort of busy schedule. It lays out the budget succinctly, I hope. Revenue net of cost of goods sold, 19.3 million against expenses of about 16.1 million, should net us about $3 million in income from operations. That is before depreciation or any of the fund transfers that we'll talk about in a moment. Down below, the point of the lower part of this slide is basically just showing that we're going to have to be cutting into some of our reserves to get the MRF constructed. You'll note there's some reserves that are unrestricted and some are restricted. None of the restricted funds will be touched. But we will be tapping into our operating fund and our solid waste management fee fund, basically an administrative fund and an operating fund. And hopefully the balances will end up right where we've budgeted. Our revenues are comprised, so this number is 19,451,000. That's gross revenue. The difference between the number we saw a moment ago of 19,200, I think it was, is the cost of goods sold. So this is all revenue, the majority of which comes from tipping fees. These are the fees that folks pay when they come to our facilities, whether they're a commercial hauler or an individual coming to a drop-off center. 40% of our revenue comes from tipping fees. 27% comes from the solid waste management fee. That's the fee charged to the per ton fee charged to all the haulers who basically dump at the landfill. 20% of our revenue comes from the sale of materials from our organics facility and the MRF, the materials recycling facility. Our expenses, 16 million. 45% of that goes to material management. That's the cost we incur to get rid of all of the stuff that comes into our facilities. The next big chunk there, 40% of that is payroll expense. And then the next one down the line is equipment and fleet, just maintaining all of our machinery. The FY27 budget compared to FY26 budget, this is after we went back and tried to scrub out a lot of expenses and so on. These changes here aren't really related to trying to fill the potential funding gap due to the fraud. These revenue changes were in the works anyway, as part of our normal review, trying to make sure that we are covering our costs and ensuring that we're going to be around for a while. So our revenue went up by $1.9 million compared to the FY26 budget. Material sales increase really coming out of what we expect the MRF to be generating under the new MRF. We have some tip fee increases. I'm sorry, the MRF is the materials recycling facility. We've got some tip fee increases, and we have a solid waste management fee increase, which is basically now linked to inflation. So the solid waste management fee will increase basically every year if inflation continues to go up. And we're expecting to get some reimbursements for some of our hazardous waste through the product stewardship that we're expected to be higher than what they were last year. Our expenses have stayed about the same, but as you look through some of the categories here, wages and benefits increased 2.6%. That's basically just keeping pace with inflation. material management, this is what we pay to dispose of all of our materials. We expect that to go up about 7%. That's really related to inflation and fuel costs and all of this stuff. Then you'll see most of these other categories are decreasing. This is where we went back and scrubbed out some of the expenses that were in the first couple of runs of the budget. Probably the most significant percentage decrease is related to professional fees. Fee
Is the
changes.
equipment-
Sure.
Quick question, the equipment and fleet decrease, is that gonna come back around and bite you because you stopped a replacement cycle and you're gonna get caught in 3 years?
The plan is no. This was just keeping some of our equipment a little longer. Some of it, I think, relates to decommissioning the old MRF, the new MRF, just not spending a lot of money into the old MRF like we have been in the past.
Yeah.
Some of this is just, if from memory, a big part of that was just using our roll-off boxes a little bit longer before we replace them.
Okay.
So the ops folks say, no, this isn't really going to hurt us. One of the things we were trying to be careful of when we did go back and try to make cuts is we were really careful not to impact any of our operations and not to create that kind of problem, right? If we defer maintenance today, it's only going to cost us twice as much next time. So,
right.
You know, I'm not an expert with fleet equipment and repair and such, but the ops folks are telling us that this was very manageable.
Okay, thank you.
Do you want us to ask questions as we go, or do you want us to wait till the end?
No. However it works, I'm trying to go a little fast because I have to jump off of this call and get onto another one in a few moments. But I'm happy to answer any questions either on the fly or after.
I had a brief question on the previous slide. Can you just explain the promotion and education decrease? It seems like a lot, and I wonder if that would relate to the not getting as much people to cooperate with the recycling. How does that?
Jen can chime in, but I think the biggest component there is in us conducting some surveys. Is that right, Jen?
The combination of conducting surveys, and we also cut our advertisement budget. Communications and marketing and communications was an area that we were able to cut without decreasing services to customers with our facilities. So we did take a pretty large hit in communications and marketing.
So
it's not to say that we're not going to educate. There's a lot of ways we can do that without spending a lot of money. I just want to make that clear. Sorry, go ahead, John.
Fee changes that we have coming down the pike. There's a facility use fee, which is kind of a gate fee at our drop-off centers, charging $1 per vehicle. This was the net result of a survey we sent out. We were seeing a need to increase some of our fee structure just to keep pace with inflation and the expenses we're incurring on the backside to dispose of this material. And I think the constituency, who at least the folks who participated in the survey, they liked the facility fee better than us increasing, you know, like a fee on the bag or some other kind of volume-based fee. The leaf and yard fees, we need to begin charging for some of that material as it comes into our yard. It's $1 per cubic yard up to 2 cubic yards, and then $5 up over that. That's an area where we haven't really been charging for that material to be dropped off, but we do incur significant expenses in handling and disposing of that. The material recycling facility fee, it's an increase from $90 a ton to $100 a ton. This is where the haulers bring large loads into our materials recycling facility, the MRF, and dump there. Our organics facilities, an increase from $70 a ton to $77 a ton. Again, these are large haulers dumping great big truckloads of materials. no environmental, no increase at the environmental depot. That's our hazardous waste facility. And solid waste management fee will increase from $40 a ton to $41.92 a ton. That's linked to inflation. That's now linked to an index. We review it every year. If inflation goes up, then we increase that fee by the same amount. This is the fee that we charge haulers all throughout Chittenden County who dump at the landfill. So basically, we ask that you folks have a motion to approve our budget. The motion to approve the Chittenden Solid Waste District FY 2027 budget as presented by district staff. That is if you folks don't have any more questions.
So moved.
You probably should.
Okay.
Here it is, here it is.
Yeah, there. Motion to approve the Chittenden Solid Waste District FY 2027 budget as presented by district staff.
I second it.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you for your presentation. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Okay, next on the agenda is to revisit the Jericho Center speed control options. And we'll take comments, some comments from this on this section. But what I was hoping to do, did I really close it? I've had it open this whole time. No, it's right here. Oh, no, I got it.
Okay.
I would like to suggest that the board look at what was suggested in the traffic study that was done by the CCRPC with help from Local Motion and I'm just calling it the Trails Committee. I know you guys.
Bike ped.
Yeah, I know. But I know, but I'm still calling them the Trails.
Old white guy. Things change.
Yeah. But anyway, why don't we start with some public comment? Or I don't know, however you guys want to do it.
Public and then.
Let's do public comment and then we can talk.
Sounds good. All right, so let's all open this part up to public comment about this particular topic only, please. Is there any public comment on?
Not online.
Maybe people just want to respond after the presentation.
They may want to respond after. That's kind of what I'm thinking too. That's why.
That makes sense.
Okay, so I don't know, a little history. We had this study done a year and a half ago, maybe. I would have guessed it was 2 years ago until I went and found when you sent it to us, and it was almost exactly a year ago.
Yeah.
We got this particular thing, so yeah, I have no concept of time. But anyway, in this study is some recommendations on what to do about the speed. I don't want to go over the whole entire study because we did that last year. Obviously, we had one attempt at some speed controlling issues this last summer. We're looking to try for something hopefully as effective and maybe less impactful.
Less rage inducing.
Less rage inducing is a great way to put it. So I don't know. I guess I'll share these recommendations. And I'm sorry, I didn't get a chance to send this. I don't know if you have this already. I should have gave you all those so you could tell me which ones you like, which ones you don't.
That's what I would love is to hear Cody and Jack's thoughts. And
Yeah.
kind of tick through those recommendations and just get your
Yep.
thoughts. And can I ask Cody and Jack a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you guys? I'm assuming you are. Are you guys familiar with the speed bump situation last year? Okay.
Yeah, I was
Okay. Great. Okay.
I experienced it in every way possible.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry about that, but I'm glad we didn't have to reprise it for you and.
Progress.
There we go.
So anyways, looking down through what's here, there's these little lines, there's these little posts. I like this. I really like this one personally. I like that one the best. So can we just do that? And you guys love it? No?
I love it. More question.
Yeah.
what would that, if you did something, anything like any of those medians, what would that narrow the length? The entirety of the road? Because our plow trucks are 22 to 24 feet wide. So that. Doing those because cause a conflict of properly maintaining the road.
But I like this one the best, is the point. Yeah. Yeah. No, that's why Jacob's here, because, you know, let's keep us grounded in what will work best for Jericho, but we're really looking for something that works. You know, I think it was Chuck that mentioned a couple weeks ago that we used to have these posts like this. Did we answer if we still have those?
Those
are bollards.
Something like that, that was in the middle of the road, and I live right across from the fire station, and every night those things were out. Maybe not every night, I might be exaggerating a little, would get hit at night. They would destroy them.
Oh,
Or they would grab them out their door and
Yeah,
they would drive them up like 20 feet.
yeah.
oh, that is fun. Yeah.
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 I mean, is there an option like that?
Electric bike.
Yeah, I know, is that a way? It's an option, can they be like
They could be
in the,
embedded in the surface.
no,
Yeah,
right?
is that real?
I've seen bolted on ones and they're spring loaded, so that
Oh,
when
yes,
the snow
that's
hits
what
them,
they
they
need.
fold. If a car hits them, they fold.
Mm,
And I've seen it in Quebec where they get more snow than we do, so
yeah.
I mean, we can go ask them how they do it.
So anyway, we had this on the agenda a couple months ago, but we really wanted the expertise of Jack and Cody, who are here. So I don't know, maybe I'll just turn it over to you guys. What do you think we should do? We've got a little money left in this fund. We'd like to use it wisely. We want to do some traffic calming, and we want to not have the reaction that we had last time. We expect some reaction.
There's always.
There's a change, you will get some reaction.
And I think as much as we can slow, whatever we can do to slow traffic down without creating, is it called a vertical deflection? Like the things, like the thing I always think about is on East Avenue, there are these in Burlington, East Avenue, these jut outs that just close out the road. And I was like, oh my God, you have like, you just like your body wants to slow down when you approach this thing. And I was like, that's exactly what we need. Something where you just, the space gets closed up and you want to slow down, not because the man's making you or because you're going to jostle your car when you go over the bump, but because it just feels like the right thing to do.
I think Jack's got a whole presentation with multiple options.
Oh,
that,
sweet.
Excellent. Might apply better or worse to.
Did you create those with this study in mind, though? Like, I know I should have sent it to you before, but.
It is a rehash of an existing overview.
Okay.
So I'm not gonna run through all.
Okay, so you've got.
Could you go to the last slide where it says this is what would make sense for you folks?
Yeah.
Right.
Like, is there a slide?
Yes.
Yeah.
That would be great to just sort of say like, given all that, here's what I think is the best and why. I'm speaking for myself. Other people can weigh in and say they want to see all 40 slides.
That's always my approach, but it never works. I feel like you need that build up or else you don't get the
the big.
I love cutting to the chase too, and I get burned every time.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Can I ask can I ask a quick question? Are we, what are the basis for this decision? Is it performance only? Is it performance and cost? Is it cost? Like, are we gonna pick the best solution regardless of what it costs? Or are we gonna be somewhere where we have to balance all of that? How are we deciding?
Well, I mean, we're a board that can decide together. I was assuming that we would at least start with what we had, what was remaining in the budget, which I guess I don't remember how much that is. Is it 12,000 we have left? 18,000?
13,000.
13,000 we have left. We should at least be guided by that. That's the money that's been allocated to it. If we need to go more, it's certainly a discussion we can have.
If 15,000 solves the problem,
right?
I personally would advocate for like, let's spend the extra $1,000. But if it's like, oh, 10,000 or 15,000, probably gonna be kind of a wash, then let's just do the 10,000. Like,
right.
It kind of depends on what the impact, the envisioned impact is of different interventions and how much they cost.
And do we know, like I'm looking at the chart that has the pictures and then the effectiveness and then the approximate costs. Do we know what the total cost, if we picked one of those, would be, like how many linear feet we would need to do?
It depends on how much you want to fix the issue. Yes,
Yeah.
The median, the entire study area.
Oh, that's not what I was thinking. That's not what I was thinking. No, I was thinking like an entrance and an exit to the center and
That could be cheap. I would say with your $13,000. My gut reaction would be don't do anything that involves asphalt or curbing except for maybe. I would recommend a speed table or a raised intersection or crosswalk. I know that there was some debate about whether a raised crosswalk would be effective. But you know,
That's actually what is there right now.
Yeah.
Worn down over here, so it's not as bumpy as it used to be.
and it's not painted, which we need to fix.
yeah, very well
Soon.
painted. I think also. Well, like when I'm looking at that section of the road. I know that those side roads going off that kind of form a triangle. They're very low traffic. There's only a handful of houses there. And I believe it was discussed that changing the geometry there, it wouldn't really impact the amount of cars using it because the same amount of people are still gonna have to leave and go back to their homes every day. But generally that stretch through Jericho Center has a very wide asphalt perspective.
When you say the other ones that form a triangle, do you mean like the back of Jericho Green? Like Jericho Center Green?
It's mostly.
Share your screen. I know you got other good stuff coming up.
I set up.
Please.
Yes, please.
Yeah, that it should be all set,
No, you're sharing.
yeah. There you go.
For some reason, this specific section.
I had the same problem. I had the same thing in Google Maps.
So that is annoying.
What's annoying? What's your problem?
Just like
This area, it's shaded on, it's got a mask over
Because
it.
of it. Because of it.
There was either cloud cover or there was something else that.
Oh,
like this is great quality. That works.
they-
Yeah. So for this specific segment, going through Jericho Center, the visual experience where there should be a gateway treatment, where you should be getting the sensation that you're slowing down for a community,
The pinch point.
space,
Mhm.
you actually have kind of the opposite effect. You have wide open asphalt on the right, or maybe not asphalt, but basically compacted.
It's supposed to be
Yeah,
asphalt.
it's supposed to be. And then on the left, you also have a wide angled intersection, basically a slip lane. Even though people really aren't using it as a slip lane, there's only a handful of people who actually use that road on any given day.
Which road are you talking about? right now? I'm confused.
The one that goes,
Right.
he's coming right into the center from Barber Farm.
No, but
Yeah, so
what-
heading north, I mean that
the one that goes down to the swamp.
this road going around the circle is possibly a little wide
off to the right?
off to
No.
the right, off to the right from Brown's Trace.
Yeah, from where we are right now.
Yeah, so this road feels wide visually. I know that there as a rural community, you have to have wide intersections, to be able to accommodate certain traffic.
But you're saying it's a big expanse of,
In an expanse.
big expanse of asphalt as you come around that corner.
And the basics of traffic calming is really kind of manipulating the ways that your street speaks to the drivers and to the people who are on foot. And using certain visual cues to tell the person driving, usually subconsciously, the way that they should be expected to act in a certain area. And we'll jump over to just a quick jump through some of the presentation items. Again, this is a very big overview, and I don't want to go through all of it.
So would you, like, talking about this, would you consider something in that, entering that Jericho Center circle? Is that what you are thinking, that there should be something there to deter that feel of being wide?
Yes, this is almost where I would say put a gateway treatment. A gateway treatment meaning you pinch in the corners of the road so that approaching this entrance to the circle, you're forced to slow down, or your brain tells you that this is the place to slow down. It's the same idea as the experience on Eastern Ave, where it's not actually in the roadway necessarily, but just the fact that there is something solid that you don't hard to bump into would cause you to just drive a little bit more slowly.
One thing I was looking at the CCRPC study data, and traffic is a little bit slower coming from this end than from the other end. And I was thinking about that, and there is like a chicane built in where you have to take that, hard right at Barber Farm and then a left in the Jericho Center, as opposed to coming from the high school, it's a straight shot. And I feel like, personally, driving myself, I'm more likely to be coming in that way faster than I am coming in the other way where I'm slowing down for the two corners.
Yeah, and that is, it's one of those visual cues where if you have a curve, you're going to slow down.
Right.
Here, you have no curve except for after, where you probably want the most traffic calming right here, or the slowest traffic right here in front of the market. But as you're approaching, you don't actually really see any indication that this is a place where people are, because the cars are parked off to the left, kind of behind a tree. If that red truck wasn't there, you would see, again, a large expanse of asphalt.
And there's a road.
There's a road going down the hill.
Right, it feels very open, oh, if I swing a little wide, I'll still be on the road, what was that bump?
And so, that is.
See how it has paint right there? Isn't that cool?
So it's funny you say that, because one of the recommendations, general traffic calming, is to remove the center line.
Wait, the crosswalk is painted.
The crosswalk should be.
Yeah, it was painted in that image.
But it's not.
Yeah, having a crosswalk, very good.
Yeah, I love those.
Crosswalks good, heated crosswalks better.
Having a center line is possibly also a benefit, which you do get somewhat seasonally in this area, because center lines degrade, especially around curves where they drive over it. But you maintain a center line generally throughout this road. In the same way that a speed limit, if you set a speed limit, you should have a speed limit. Let me say that first. But if you say, change this to 35, for whatever reason, you would see an increase in vehicle speeds. If you decreased it to 20, eventually when Act 181 lets you do that, you would also see a decrease in speeds. It's minor. Signs don't do as much as we want them to do, but there is usually a 3 mile per hour overall impact of average speeds. It's just a speed reduction.
By lowering 5 miles per hour.
By lowering 5 miles per hour from 25 to 20.
Everyone has their personal rule. I'll drive 5
over or 3.
I'll drive 10 over. So whatever you do, it will slow everyone on average down.
Yeah.
And it only takes one person to slow the people behind them down.
Right.
That's more effective with more higher traffic volume roads, but it still does hold weight. The same deal
happens with a center line. If you give people 12 to 13 feet, they'll have 12 to 13 feet to be their own.
I think everyone here has driven on a gravel road.
Yeah.
And you drive in the middle.
You drive
until there's someone and then you pull over.
And it creates a negotiation that you have to manage when there's oncoming traffic or other uses in it. In fact, it's one of those subtle visual cues that reminds you that there are other uses here. It's not that this bucket is
Your
or this
bucket,
lane is,
right.
it's all mine and I can do whatever I want in here. I can swerve from the center line to the fog line if there is one. Removing the center line creates the sensation of maybe I don't know what's gonna be coming. You can see on this right image here, after they remove the center line, the cars actually aren't really optimally spaced. This one is driving more in the center. And so now this section, a car can still easily get through there, but they're gonna go
slower.
I'm following you, but in the picture on the right, thinking about pedestrians, if I'm a pedestrian and I've never been there before, I'm just kind of gonna lazily walk across that road and not realize it's a road. If I'm from here, it's fine.
Yeah.
But like if I'm new and I'm stopping at the corner store maybe to get like an ice cream and I'm going from the park, it just looks, to your point, there's a ton of pavement. So like I'd be okay with if the white lines were very bright and very distinguished, but there, how do I know that's just not an alley? Like if it's a low time of traffic and there's no cars parked in that picture, maybe it's just a parking lot or
the addendum to the center line removal is that on roads that have fog lines, this road doesn't. You do would reinforce those.
Yeah.
So you still maintain an 11 to 12 foot travel lane. In the center or with the edge lines well marked. And that will force traffic towards the center and to travel more slowly. Also, just having the crosswalk more pronounced and possibly even painted if you want to go that far. Would
Is that a fact that taking out the center line slows cars down?
Yes, I mean, not on a 2-lane one-way road. You know, it has to be oncoming traffic.
Yes, because yeah.
But
you don't have to, as long as you tell me I get that, that's not a fantasy, that actually
there
happens.
is something called the crash modification factor clearinghouse. CMF clearinghouse, which agglomerates thousands of different traffic studies and evaluates their impact on crashes before or at a control location and afterwards. And yeah, central line removal has a negative correlation, which is good.
Yeah.
Reduces crashes. On these sorts of like community.
And does it matter what kind of road? Or is it pretty much across the
main road versus the
Yeah.
side road?
Yeah, I'm just thinking like Route 15 versus Brown's Trace versus Lee River.
It almost always needs to be a place that has the context surrounding it. Reinforcing the fact that it is a place that people are. So there are sections of Route 15 that might make sense. V-Trans is very iffy on doing this on their roads. But like where you have the large bend, it wouldn't work. Just because the speeds there are naturally higher and there's nothing around that.
Saying, oh, could people, yeah.
A lot of these things need to happen in concert. You need to have a cue that gives you information and then also gives you feedback. One of the reasons that the speed humps on Skunk Hollow Road are maybe more controversial is because you don't have anything giving you warning that there's going to be a speed bump before you reach the speed bump. So you don't have that first clue. You don't have that first cue that warns you to slow your speed. You just have the feedback going over the speed bump.
It's
It's a very straight, very wide travel lane.
Yeah.
And
If you're pulling a trailer and you forget,
versus if you had some sort of,
something.
Like you were talking about some weaving traffic coming before the speed bump, and you're like, well, I'm already going.
I'm already going this way. I'll just
Yeah.
stay here and,
When you're going fast, you're like, oh, hold on.
right.
And when you have that relationship between the visual cue telling you to go slower and then your experience of going on the road, they're agreeing with you. So if there was a speed table there, you would kind of, it's like a Pavlov's dog situation where the more you go over it and the more that interaction between being told that you should be driving slowly and your experience of driving slowly being rewarded, the stronger the association. Next time, you won't go faster with speed bump. So center line removal, I know we were excited about the median strip.
That's just him.
Like winter maintenance is probably one of the bigger concerns here. So maintaining a stretch that can be maintained on a plow is important.
And the range has pretty big vehicles that go through there.
Yeah.
I don't know how wide those are. But
Oh, they can fit.
Yeah.
He just said it was 60 feet wide. Did you say round trace is 60 feet wide?
Yeah.
that's actually, anyway.
How wide is it there?
About time. Going around a bend 12 feet is almost always the maximum. Some cities in more urban places have done an 11-foot maximum lane width on all of their roads. And that is enough for emergency vehicles to get through. It's enough for large semi trucks to get through. In more rural contexts where you might have on some odd days a tractor trying to get through, or forestry equipment, having 12 feet is okay. A 24-foot roadway can still feel safe. But removing the center line also means that when there is that type of traffic, they are negotiating with the other people on the roadway. And they will have to go slower to do so. The other thing is, of course, this expanse of pavement. This might actually be 60 feet. And it might not be usable road width. It might not be road width that's often used at all. I doubt very many cars are going right here. But
A
the
lot.
fact,
A lot of cars are going right
They
there.
do.
Right here. That's the
Yep.
typical parking for the
So
store.
they'll
Under
park up
parking, yeah.
maps, dirt,
this stretch,
yeah,
All
that whole
that.
thing,
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that is roadway, not parking.
Mm-hmm.
So
Right.
yeah.
if
right?
something was done with it,
Mhm.
it's not someone's own parking spot. It's just a convenient thing people do.
but yeah, in the same way that. This is one of those visual indicators that the road is actually wider and more adequate for higher speeds. Than if the grass were to go straight up to where the asphalt ends. The same is to be said right here on this section. I mean, it serves this driveway and possibly some of the houses down here. But it also serves to widen the road visually so that it feels safer going faster around the bend.
Why is that? Why is there so much dirt off to the side?
Right here,
That's where people
Park.
pull off,
people park.
Meg,
Yeah.
coming through and stuff, if down there where that car is now is full.
No, but up front, like down the.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Like
Where
right-
that car is now, if there are 3 cars down there and you can't fit, and then they're.
Hold on, sorry,
By the speed limit sign.
Yeah, up there,
Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
Yes,
That's
what do you
what
mean?
I'm parking Here.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah.
yeah, they do,
Because if this area right here is full of cars and this area right here is full and across is full, that's where people park.
There's very little parking
Yeah.
for people going south.
Except around the.
People going
entire
north,
circle,
parking right.
Which would require a little extra walking.
Walking.
But if we took away the parking, people can learn how to walk.
Oh. I feel the front porch forum post already coming.
Yeah,
That's actually not
Right.
designated parking.
Yeah, yeah.
You can ticket and tow if you want to, but. It's not.
tipping trees or something there. I mean,
That's what I was thinking. It's like a little, I don't know, something, like a little flower thing with like.
But are we getting to your recommendations?
Yeah, I mean, if I were to itemize the recommendations, something landscaping there be included.
Okay.
This section right here, the crosswalk is much longer than any crosswalk should be for a 24-foot road.
You mean the raised section is wider than it should be?
No, the raised section should possibly even be wider. You can make that.
But the paint.
It is, yeah, the paint here.
Having it go continue down.
All the way down
the
the-
store.
Continuing down towards the store as an uninterrupted crosswalk.
Show
Gives the impression that this is actually a 20-foot
Yeah.
roadway, and a 20-foot roadway. means that-
That's how I got rid of the paint, I think, actually.
Oh,
That's why the paint's
yeah,
all gone.
oh.
We'll put it back
Yeah.
thinner now.
But that's a perfect area for something raised, signifying the crosswalk continues, the road, this is not a drivable surface.
Yes, and you still, you will need to maintain a place to pull off for gas. But that doesn't need to be uninterrupted from the roadway. You can treat it.
You're talking about putting a separation.
Yeah, putting a separation there. So if you were to put something possibly even just on this triangle that is kind of naturally formed between the ridge or the crown of the roadway and where this concrete is covering the gas reservoir.
You're saying claim this space here.
I would say more to the left where this crack follows kind of the edge, the natural edge of this road.
Oh, okay, sorry, got too close, couldn't see it, so claim this area here,
Yes.
but
and
still allow people to pull here.
allow people full access to the gas station and parking just beyond. But
With a little separation, like in one pit lane. Like,
yeah. Hopefully.
Excellent time reference, you came in early.
Hopefully.
Good job listening.
As long as you do something that, is, the road is still wide enough for the plows to get through. And pump can still be maintained. This is where I don't think you should do something with concrete and curbing, but you could do like village landscaping, getting some planters with reflective strips around them for traffic safety. And really just plopping it down in the middle and making sure that that works before you do anything that costs more money.
But aren't angry people, I'm not kidding, aren't angry people gonna kick them over and drag them off in the middle of the night?
Not if they're 600 pounds.
You mean like, okay,
Big ones.
gotcha, okay, yeah,
Concrete.
gotcha, okay, yep.
Yeah.
And what I can show you is, it's not a perfect correlation here. And I do have this right. I want to make sure that I actually have this.
I'm sure
That's
you've
the-
seen it in other states when you go to like a shopping mall or something, you see like the giant
side of the
tree
road.
planter.
Oh, okay, yeah.
When they're blocking parking spots, they don't want people to park in it.
All of these images I'm just taking from maps. This is something that I'm working with a group in Brattleboro to do locally. I'm working with a group in Chester to do. It is not something that is commonly done outside of Burlington. But that does not mean that it is not allowed. V-Trans just has a requirement that you put something protective around the planter. That is also visible.
Reflective, you mean?
Protective meaning something reflective and.
What do you mean by
And
protective?
buffery, like bouncy?
I'm gonna have to say the word bollard again, but yeah, a delineator that is reflective and can be hit before
I see what you mean. Okay.
the concrete. And so what I'm showing you here is basically
Does the
a
planter doesn't have to be made out of concrete
Yeah, there are
if it's
plastic
full of,
ones.
if it's huge, right?
These
Yeah.
these are plastic. I just sent a link to the people in Brattleboro for one that is like $700, 36 inches wide. Basically the same size as these. Yeah, $700 for one of those. And it's a
Three of those?
type of resin plastic.
But use the same purpose as, on the highway when they have the buckets that are filled with water.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
You could use those too, but they're not very nice to look at.
Not very sightly.
Yeah, but same purpose.
And I don't know if that's what you want to do long-term, but what I would encourage you to do is do something short-term with the money that you have now.
see if it fits, especially make it something that you can move so that when that logging truck does come through, if it actually can't navigate the corner, you know to move it, or when they have to come to refill the gas reservoir. That it can be moved so that.
Would you do something similar at the other approach to the center?
From the
That-
south? from
Yes, correct.
Where you were talking about how that
It's
road
really
is
wide.
Wide, yeah.
Yes, I think, I mean, you can see right here.
We had Jersey barriers there for a while.
Yes.
We do still.
Do we still have them there?
Yeah, I don't, isn't,
This is out, the maps is out there, so I'm working
Yeah.
with basically a drive through from a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, I don't think Jersey barriers are.
but there's like a big, I don't know, we changed it a year ago,
Chuck, are they
right?
doing
You used to
theirs
be
there
able
right
to-
now?
No.
You used to be able to go straight, and now you have to kind of
Yeah.
go around, right?
But would you suggest something like that somehow over here as well, or?
I would, yes, you get into. You know, you have to choose the option that the community will want to look at for the next year. The worst thing is to get an aesthetic disagreement about a piece of traffic calming and that for some reason throws a wrench into everything. But you are also, this would be a gateway to your Jericho Center, so it should be aesthetically pleasing and inviting and welcoming to people going to stop and enjoy.
Well, at least if it's a planter, we can change what's planted in.
Yeah,
If everyone doesn't like the yellow flowers, we can put
Purple flowers in.
like. And you can see that like with this wide approach, you have a much wider intersection than you need here. To enter this, and even still, people are cutting that corner. And probably would cut even more if this metal bar wasn't there. Because visually they're being told that it's okay to cut it wide because it's a wide intersection.
So you just stick one of those things right where that arrow is, basically.
Two of them on each
If you
side.
did something
on each
here,
side.
something here.
Yeah.
And you
Yeah.
kind of force the traffic to slow
Right.
and then turn and then move.
Mhm.
That would also,
Yep.
it would make it so that this doesn't act like a highway slip lane to get up.
What's a slip lane?
Well.
When you go around a car turning.
Yeah, let me show
you can
you.
slip on and off at full speed.
A slip lane is this, where. Maybe slightly more angled. But you're able to, instead of come to a. Intersection. You're basically given a merge lane.
Oh,
And then
okay,
you're able to slip into traffic.
okay.
And you know how much faster you pull into a slip lane than you do
Yeah,
into a
Yeah,
90
a 90-degree turn with this, yeah.
That would also give. It would give people going northbound, not even making this turn here, the experience that. Other cars might have to slow down and turn, and so they have to slow down and allow that car to turn as they're going north.
I get like for this end, right, the two planters might deter it, but what about the other end? Because
That's
like
what I
you
was
said,
wondering.
that is the
Straight line.
it's
Yeah.
a straight shot
This way.
and they're.
No, way
No,
down.
keep going,
back-
keep going,
Yeah, keep going way down.
Further.
Yeah,
Straight
keep driving
down.
straight, there you go.
Yeah, like you're just shooting
Here.
straight into that town.
It's like a half mile
Into the
straight,
center,
a half
so-
mile straight line.
Yeah,
The speed limit's 25, but people are consistently going up.
yeah.
yeah, I
so-
think of the center almost starting at.
And this is where.
At where the fire department
fire
is,
department.
right? Like, that's kind of like where I think of, or maybe that next,
and this is
Plains
where
Road,
the
but.
bus were Last year.
Right,
It was
right.
Unfortunately, the wrong
Yeah.
specification for the speed zone.
Right.
And that might be where.
So you can,
You
you know,
might
you
have
can
some
go way
recommendations.
back.
Well, that was my-
even further than this, right? You just keep going back. You start at.
Yeah, so what would you do
What
Right.
would you do to,
for that straightaway?
yeah, for that whole strip?
Now, there's another crosswalk where there could be another raised.
Yeah,
Speed bump crosswalk.
Oh, yeah.
Right,
So,
up at Pratt
So
Road
like
there,
before
right?
you get to the center, there's one, and then there's one in the center.
Mm-hmm.
and your decision on what you do up here kind of depends on what. You want to start defining as the center.
Mm.
Because if you do the same treatment here, and then also as you enter the center. That is a visual cue to the driver is that this is the same type of place. And people know, even if you put something up here, that they're not gonna run into pedestrians in the roadway as much, there's not as much activity. And if you're to do one of those median chicane islands like you have on Skunk Hollow, and then repeat that right before the center, it wouldn't give the right message, and you should do something here and then have a gateway into the village center, and then treat the village center differently. And then you leave the village center and you go back to that corridor treatment. Here, you know, I think what you have identified with those medians, those could be possible as long as it can still be maintained. You could try chicanes, but on a straightaway like this, it's not East Ave, it's not the speed of East Ave, and it's not the lane east of East Ave, so the applicability would be, and the safety would be lower.
That makes sense.
What about just a much more dramatic sign, welcome to Jericho Center, like a big.
Like over the top?
Yeah.
Like,
You know, I mean, really.
no, seriously,
That is what you should probably be doing.
A literal gateway.
But,
Yeah. With like little
you
fake
need to have
cameras.
that visual cue that tells you that you're entering the village center, also being reinforced by the experience of being in the village center. So it does need to be placed. It can't be placed 200 feet away from when you start to have this sort of like more village century aesthetic. It needs to be placed kind of where that starts.
Which to me is this other crosswalk, the one you can see in the picture right here.
Yeah.
That's kind of this.
Are we at the center? Are we at this?
That's the
Oh, that's
We're the community center.
Yeah.
This is where I would probably recommend, yeah, if you were to do a speed table here, like wide, like I'm talking, if you go down Pine Street in Burlington right now, theirs are 40 feet wide.
So you go up onto it.
Wide
and then
and
off of it.
Yeah.
Parallel.
Distance. So you go up, you drive along it, and you go down.
Yeah, and you know, if you're going 45 miles per hour, you're gonna like probably damage your car.
But if you're going 25, it'll be a gentle up and down.
And that is why you need to have the visual cue of you're entering the village.
Heads up.
I would probably also bring in something on the sides, narrow the road there, so it's a pinch point. So cars know that there's a reason to slow down with a horizontal deflection, not just with a vertical deflection.
Which could also start with planters as a start.
Yeah.
And then we'll have the planters later on, like not planters, but the portable things.
And I do think that a sign saying welcome to Jericho Center.
Don't, isn't there already one there?
There's two.
No, but I mean,
One in
like,
each direction, right?
Yeah, so they.
But it's very small.
it's small.
But he's talking about something you like drive under.
Yeah.
Like
It-
a.
You might not be able to get. I don't know.
It's really expensive, you guys.
We've got 13 grand. I can build one. I'll build you one for 10. 2 for 10.
Much more prominent.
Yeah, let me go back to the other ones like down here, right? I'm making that up. But yeah, what I'm recommending for that area, and really for both sides, is to create horizontal deflection by narrowing the road, still maintaining probably 22 feet there. That is also the point that you might consider removing the center line. So have a center line going down the road with those islands so that you have the kind of like horizontal deflection on the approach to the village center.
Like on both sides, you're saying? To fit,
Down
like,
and
paint, you know, what I mean, on both sides of the road?
Oh,
You're saying a horizontal deflection on both sides of the road?
yeah, I mean, you can either do what you've done on Skunk Hollow with something in the center, or you can do something where you're actually putting an element in the road to divert traffic this way, and then something else that are diverting it back that way.
The biggest flaw with the Skunk Hollow one is it's only on one side. So you can just drive on the shoulder and then you're not actually making a horizontal deflection anymore, which is why people drive so fast past it. Cause it's just the center, you know,
Wait, you can go around those speed bumps?
Yeah,
Not
I was
the
talking about
not the speed bumps, the center.
As you're going down the hill already, you're almost at one there.
What do you mean? Of
the
course you go. I don't understand what you mean.
The center island, past the.
We
speed
put them in
bumps.
2 years ago?
There's the island in the middle.
Yeah.
Where you're supposed to curve around it,
Yeah.
but because there's a shoulder, if you drive on the shoulder, you go right by the island without having to curve around it.
The horizontal.
Oh, that you're talking about.
Yeah.
Like this.
Gotcha.
So if there was a center line, in the middle of the road, horizontal deflection, and then after it, a shoulder one.
Yeah.
And before it, a shoulder one, now you have to readjust for the first shoulder, and then readjust for the center and readjust here. But if there's none on the shoulder, you can
just go
pull off and go right.
I
on.
see. Okay.
Something like,
And that's the flaw with the skunk hollow one,
yeah,
where people say, we did it, it doesn't work.
these are very severe examples of chicanes. To the point that you need to be going 10 to 15 miles per hour, and this is like a neighborhood.
Yep.
Treatment. But the experience that drivers can have going on the Skunk Hollow chicanes is that instead of going straight and then diverting, they can just take a more gradual curve and kind of almost completely skirt the traffic calming effects of those islands. So you need something that isn't just one movement, but maybe multiple movements.
Yeah.
Would it also work to have like a pair of big planters on either side of the road, like coming to the edge of the road? Not in the road, but
Yeah.
just visually, again, like
To close this
just
visual space.
visually to give you a cue.
Yes. Again, yeah. Visually. On the northern approach. You are in this. Like a country road. Environment. And it's really only get here that the buildings start to be closer to
Right.
the road, and you naturally get that. So artificially bringing in some element that closes off the space and gives you this visual cue that it's a place where you have to kind of be a little more careful and consider how you're getting through.
It is a good example when you pull in here, you have both the Jericho sign, the nice one for the elementary school, the one for the town center coming down Route 15. And you have the crosswalk with the flashing lights, which is, you're now entering by the town center. Of course, people still speed through here, but it helps.
Yeah,
Definitely.
this is a bit of what I would call like a 2+2 sort of location. And if you've answered that already in your head, that's kind of the point, is you can answer that quickly. You don't really need to think, you don't need to consider the answer, it's a gut reaction. You just kind of know it. This would be more like long division here, where you're gonna have to slow down and stop and think. And it's more stressful, I guess. But stress is kind of a tool in road design to inform people that.
So we are, for example, about to repave this
Right.
stretch. So is there something that we could do in the repaving that would,
For the horizontal deflection,
for any of it?
I would say the speed.
And the striping, all of it, it's all up for grabs because we're about to redo that.
Yeah, I would say central line removal in the village center, which is basically from this crosswalk here to the circle.
The end of the circle.
The south end of the circle.
Yeah.
I would recommend widening or lengthening this raised section and making it a little more pronounced, but not more jarring. I would make it possibly even less jarring.
What is more pronounced but less jarring?
So it's just longer. Like you're on it. Like
Yeah,
Oh, that's
you're,
what you mean? Like up onto it?
But like less steep, but you reach a higher point while you're on it.
Okay.
So that you're rewarded for going slow, but it's taller. So if you are going fast, you're punished more. for going
How would that relate to the parking
fast.
there?
This parking.
Correct.
I mean, it will be gentle enough that
Would you do like the whole length of that parking? Would you make that race section that long?
probably, I wouldn't want to have a car parked kind of like Camden.
No, I mean, you would
Oh,
extend it into the parking, just
Oh, you mean raising it the entire length of the parking?
correct.
Um,
Like if you're parking 12 cars there, would you make it that long or
you
not?
could, and that would get you closer to the treatment that they have on Pine Street.
Right.
Just because this is a road that already has a little bit of a grade to it, you might lose the effect of the speed table coming, especially slightly downhill this way.
So would you do the speed table just
I
like
would
in the
honestly
shade, like before the parking?
Towards the tree.
Yeah, 12 to 8 feet maybe.
Okay. So including what's already there. So let's say what's there is 6 feet. You're saying bring it another 6 feet.
Yeah,
This
that
way.
would honestly probably give you. You'll want a bigger crosswalk for this. You don't want to move the crosswalks
Right.
north. You want to
You just want
the southern edge where it is and just make it like an 8-foot crosswalk.
And would the whole thing be painted, or would there be one more like one spot where they would be walking?
I mean, I'm sure what you are seeing here is that people are parking here and just crossing.
Yeah.
It depends, like,
Yeah.
when it's full, people are pretty scared about who's coming around that corner. So a lot of times they do walk down to the crosswalk. If there's not too many cars and they can see, then they'll just shoot across.
It's too bad, like, the flashing, RFBs couldn't be used there. I think we talked about it when this crosswalk was put in, but it was the whole
Parking lot, it's
door.
all asphalt, there's no way to put.
Right, it was this, it would be nice if we had one on each side, that would, the flashing ones, for.
But if we're talking about raising the section between the store entry and the road, maybe that's an opportunity to put one there.
I think long-term, I would hate for you to put one up and then realize that ultimately.
Yeah.
That base, either the cars.
Right.
Just are not
Right.
respecting it and
Yeah.
it gets hit.
Mhm.
I think
in
that was
first
a huge discussion about that.
And also, you just know the reality, but there is gas right here and, you might.
It's true.
You might not have the space to dig that.
Just drill down straight.
Let's not.
So yeah, removing the center line here, having a raised crosswalk. And another one here as part of the gateway tree line. If you're able to do curbing with some of it sounds like discretionary. The SD Ireland contract funds, this stuff that's not.
Oh, yeah.
Included or listed out yet. I mean, you could do 3 feet there and 3 feet there. Just something.
As a raised,
As
A curb.
a curb
oh, okay.
and a raised crosswalk, just something that gives drivers the knowledge that like they can't just cut this corner a little bit, which.
Can you pause there for 1 second and not move your, oh,
Sorry,
It's delayed.
it's delayed a little bit.
I got you, okay. Pause right there for 1 second, if you can. So we're talking right now, I think we're talking about making that like, oh, now you've arrived.
Yeah,
This is now you're, okay, heads up, stuff's tightening up, there's stuff happening here, pay attention, slow down. Are we gonna hear from people
further back,
north of there?
yeah.
North of there?
That they want this.
Closer to the high school?
Yeah.
Yeah, why is it,
Why'd you just
they're
start there?
gonna fly by my house and my kid can get killed, but.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, because
You could do another one before, you don't want it in the curve, but you have the curve coming down.
No, I'm talking about
straight
Chuck's house, like the straight line from high school.
Go way back down north towards the high school. keep
right, I think
going.
right in front of the store, there's some issue with speed, and I know we have data. It's the coming in, and I get what he's saying. What
Yeah.
Jack is saying is you don't want to set up these artificial and call it pretend it's a center before you get there.
Then you go,
But
no, it's like, no, this is fine, I can go 40 here.
There as well.
the speeding problem,
You're
I think,
almost there, right there.
Yeah,
This is where people are still doing 45.
Right,
Yeah.
right, and this is, and this is not.
No,
the
turn around.
This is not the center of town. This is not Jericho. I mean, people call that Jericho Center, but it's not like you haven't arrived somewhere.
Yeah, so keep going. So now go that way.
Jacob has his hand up.
Keep going. Can I just make a note in that area?
Yeah.
For you guys. So from there, we moved the speed limit signs. So that way it's 30, it starts to be 35 at the fire station. And it starts to be 25 in that same area. So before you even get, before it would start 35 at Plains Road.
Yeah, right.
Now it starts 35 at the fire station.
See, my daughter and her driver's ed instructor told me that you moved them, and I said, no, they didn't. They're exactly where they were. Now I just lost a freaking
They
bet.
moved the radar sign.
Yep.
Closer to Plains Road, and that's directly where the welcome to Jericho sign is,
Yeah.
because that's where the sign.
It's all right.
So tell me again what you did. You moved.
So, right, I'll just come up for a second.
Yeah.
Wanna go over towards this white car right here? So now it starts 35 here and 25 here, where before
Oh, I see what you mean.
25 didn't start till way
Way
up
down,
there
far
past
down.
Plains.
Oh, and you
So
can just
now-
unilaterally switch that without calling the state?
Well, we just slid
You
it
just did
back.
it.
Well,
Okay.
boy.
Yeah.
Keep that from the record.
Yeah.
Donna, don't record that.
just.
Sorry, roads.
Yeah,
You have to, yeah, but you just change speed limits. You can't, you can't.
It used to be that way. The 35-mile-an-hour sign used to be where you just put it back to. And then at some point during a.
Yeah, for sure. I think that is the case.
You couldn't put the radar sign where it was requested to be put without doing that, because then you're putting a 25 radar sign.
Right,
And then
on
it
a-
immediately turns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's too sudden.
Yeah.
So in
Yeah.
order to. do
No, it's
the
good. I
Coordinated.
didn't know you could just decide on your own just to
Yeah.
move it. That's cool.
You might, if you take it somebody for it being 25 there.
Right.
The ticket will get thrown out until 5 years have passed. That's the holdup with changing speed.
But it sounds like it was once, so maybe
Yeah.
maybe
Yeah,
it's fine.
that is the case.
So I'll yell at whoever moved it the first time, not
Okay.
Jacob.
Because when we talked to Scott, he said his only concern
Yes.
was right at Plains Road, there was not an additional 25 sign. So then it would get thrown out, but now that 25 is there.
Yes.
That his tickets will not get thrown out.
Who's Scott?
Scott is your.
He's the sheriff.
Oh.
Scott.
That was my question too, Sabina.
Means you've been driving the speed limit if you don't know him.
I don't know him.
Not yet.
Eric.
I mean, we talked to him last meeting. I know him, but Susan?
You taking public comment?
Yeah, I think it's appropriate.
I didn't have any before, but I learned so much and.
Right.
Okay.
One
Yeah,
more thing from
yeah.
our presentation.
Yeah.
I wanna leave you with a final thought.
Okay.
That maybe it'll keep you up at night, but if it does, maybe that's a good thing. There are studies all over the world. I read China's found this, America's found this, I'm sure Europe has too. When someone is hit by a car at 20 miles an hour, there's a 5% chance they die. 30, it's a 45% chance. 40, 85% chance you die. And I think you guys have heard this before, but I want to remind the select board when we're talking about Skunk Hollow, which I see people walking on. I wouldn't do it, but I ride my bike on it. I walk and bike these roads myself. I drive them. I'm as guilty as everyone else is, maybe not always being a perfect driver, but this is why this is so important, whether it's planters, whether people like it or not. If someone is ever hit and killed here, we're gonna all have to ask ourselves, did we do everything we could to make sure someone was going 20 instead of 30 or 30 instead of 40? And I think that's the seriousness of this, whatever the expense, whatever the ugliness or inconvenience.
We should get a automatic response on Front Porch Forum to like that just pops up
Yeah.
anytime somebody
Yeah.
mentions it.
Yeah.
Just
So, yes. the
it's a good
speed
point.
bumps
Yes, and
last year
we
were
have heard that,
not
and
correct, but
I think I don't want to speak for the whole board. I'm very serious about wanting to do something.
I feel everyone is on that page,
Um,
but I want to reemphasize that
Yeah.
point. As the representative of pedestrians and cyclists in Jericho,
Yeah.
I wouldn't be doing my job.
Okay, go ahead, Susan.
Okay, so I think Skunk Hollow feels sort of punitive, like go slow, you're a driver, you're driving too fast, but the center is more like there's people here, so I think people are willing to make the bargain of going slower, and I'm just thinking about switching the perspective or adding to the perspective. Not just what can we do to make people drive slower, but what could we do to make the pedestrians happier and more comfortable and have enjoyment? So if a planter slows a car down is one way of looking at it, but a planter says to a person, this is a really good place to cross the road because you will be slightly protected. So just as you think through your options, just really focus on like the pedestrian, not, it's like the carrot and the stick. And it seems like the crosswalks are really good opportunities, like everywhere there's a crosswalk. If there could be the largest bump out possible that they'll tolerate and the most amount of visual treatment as possible. And then you were talking about the road, we learned in Riverside, doing road specs there, that on-street parking is a form of traffic calming. So before you fill in all that space, maybe with grass or whatever, maybe is there, and people get mad because there's no place to park, should there instead be designated on-street parking there? So it gets taken away from the driver, but it actually gets given to the parker.
Which you can also use planters or bollards to say, this is the corner of the parking spot, this is the corner of the parking
Right,
spot,
like
and then
it's
it's
okay to
visually.
park
located.
on the road there, but it's parking, it's not road, and that would potentially slow people down.
Oh, so put whatever number of bollards around that corner to block it to.
If you're gonna pave the road, I don't know, maybe pave it and it's paved parking with a curb with 2 or 3 spaces painted.
So it's official parking.
Yeah.
that-
Right.
Like parallel parking lines, kind of like.
Visually take away the pavement from the driver and it's another cue that this is a town center kind of a place.
We could buy some cars, just put them there.
Yeah,
Well, when
yeah.
when you were going up and going to the thing, I was thinking, why don't we just just get some cars and leave them parked there? Because if you're coming around that corner and you see 2 cars
Yeah,
right there, you're gonna slow down. Whereas to Jack's point, if you just see this expanse of like
Dirt and
like,
pavement.
remember in Seinfeld when they made the comfort lanes? Like, do you remember he like painted the double, the spotted white lines in the interstate, and people got to it like, oh, it's comfort lanes, and they caused all these accidents.
I don't remember that. I'm sure I saw it.
And then in Riverside, the road specs there, I think are that they were changed in the zoning to be 11 feet wide travel lanes. And the fire department had some concerns about that, but based on the radius of the turns, it was okay. And so you're talking about repaving the road, it's sort of like, what is the narrowest that we could make this road right now with the new pavement and then what the new shoulder designs are that the plows and everything could tolerate. So start at like the littlest that it could potentially be. And I think Riverside is 11 feet, which means capital planning wise, long-term, if we're gonna have these more dense areas, maybe we need plows now for the sidewalk, maybe we need a couple of smaller plows that aren't, 24 feet wide. And then I learned from Jack that there's a difference between a corridor treatment and a center treatment. So when we're looking at that long stretch of Brown's Trace, that's why you lose credibility if you put a center treatment on a corridor. And so whatever that corridor, but there is that big crosswalk there, and so a really nice big bump out there would be like, yay, pedestrians, and the pedestrians would be like, yay, I can cross the road here. And I just came from like a walking trip, basically. I walked 10 miles a day all over, traveled town to town on roads that had no center lines and had no sidewalks or anything, but because it was a country road, no lines, and they were very narrow, people drove very slowly. I was never nervous. All I did was wear a bright shirt.
So I feel like we've been at this for a while, and I think I understand the options. Where I am not confident is I have no idea how much any of this is gonna cost, and I don't think that we can come out of this meeting with that cost. Yeah, we're gonna repave, so we're gonna have to repaint. Great, that's already taken care of. I feel like we gotta price out bump outs. I feel like I know there's a cost to doing those tables. I think it was pretty high the last time you said it, but it included the repaving, so. like, I love the idea of the bump outs personally, but like, if they're 50 grand, then I don't love it anymore.
We do have some cost in the, in the,
In that doc.
the study.
But I'm like, but I don't, the planters.
I don't know about the
replanting
planters, yeah.
farms are Gonna do, the bump outs, you're right.
Jack knows how much the planters are. Sorry.
I asked him if we're gonna repave the road, if adding the speed tables while the repaving is happening lowers the cost compared to adding them in isolation.
Can I just have a minute to kind of explain what my thoughts are?
Yeah, please.
Paving and everything.
Yeah.
So because of the narrow width and everything, my concern, obviously, on top of everything is the width of the road through there with a tandem truck and a plow lane doing whatever. The other issue I have is the current speed table or crosswalk table we have now is not legal. Because there has to be some kind of marking or for the people who are visually impaired to across the entire of that speed hump. Because right now, we just have white lines. There's the squares on each end that show that's where the crosswalk starts and stops. But to their point, it's so wide through there that this little piece of concrete does nothing so my thoughts when I was looking at repaving this whole area and kind of taking your guys' input with trying to make the center look better is removing that current speed bump, but keeping the crosswalk there because it is a high pedestrian traffic area, but to move a speed hump in this area between the entrance and the exit of the circle and moving it to the community center in between those two places where if you're never gonna.
Is that one hump?
That's one.
Starting at the community center and getting off at the beginning of the circle.
Yeah, so it would go back this way, so it would just be a typical speed hump.
Yeah.
And then, so yeah, kinda, you could either do it before the town center or after the town center. Either way, it's gonna create people to slow down as they approach that area.
But Jacob, what do you think about what he was talking about, of these much longer ones or wider, however you want to think of them, like you're on them for longer?
My issue is delineation. To be legal is we have to find somebody.
He's not recommending anything that's not legal.
The current one we have is not legal.
Sure, I know.
But we don't have the abilities to maintain one because they have to have certain specs to them for people who may be visually impaired.
If they're a crosswalk.
If they're a crosswalk.
So if it's not a crosswalk,
yeah.
then.
Right. No, I'm fine with where you want to put
Yeah.
them, but I'm asking, what do you think about the wider, longer ones?
I mean, the wider one is better for maintenance.
Yeah.
It's just gonna be more costly. That's why I was looking into doing the ones with Richmond is because like you even talked to Pete and he said like 500.
Yeah, but those are like the width of this table. He's talking like your car's up completely on it for a second and then you start coming off, right? You're talking about like 12 feet.
Yeah, and from what Jim, I don't know what prices were when that one was installed that we currently have.
Yeah.
But from what I've heard from Jim Carroll, it was $30,000. So with inflation, if that was the case, that's gonna be $60,000 to just put in a speed table.
Well, we're not spending that. But how much are the things you're talking about? How much are those? The longer, wider, raised speed table.
I mean, I mostly work with Burlington's numbers and their paving contractor. They will sneak in a speed table.
Okay.
When a road gets paved.
When a road gets paved. However.
Which we're doing.
But I don't know if SD Ireland.
We'll
In
sneak
this
it in.
contract will do. A speed table.
Yeah.
So.
Let's say they don't. Let's say they just for argument's sake. Let's say they don't. How much what are we talking for one of those?
Probably 15 to 20 from my experience. And they would qualify for a number of grants.
Okay.
So there is a world in which we look at a price tag that's too big and next round of Vermont small scale, but infrastructure transaction right now, their deadline is June 14th. So
How quickly can we turn that around? Because like, if we want to try and do this before paving.
Aaron,
And
Aaron has her.
Go ahead.
Hey, it's Aaron, and I don't live in Jericho, but will you let me make a little public comment here, a question?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so I spent too much time in your meetings, and I remember the heated discussion that was going on with the whole when they went in, the bumps went in last year. And one of the most excellent arguments that I heard was people with trailers had a really tough time negotiating them, and were just distraught that they really had to figure out a different way to get to where they're going because they could no longer go through that part of town. And that was a huge inconvenience for them. And I started wondering about what about rumble strips? And like, no one ever talks about that. Like, why not rumble strips? So that's kind of my question for you. And we talk about this stuff in Richmond too. So thank you.
Thanks, Aaron.
Thanks, Aaron.
I mean, as a cyclist, rumble strips add a lot of skill required to navigate the road.
And they're loud.
I personally, at the level I ride bikes, it's okay, but I think a lot of people would potentially crash because of something like that.
Yeah.
They are pretty loud too. I live on 117, and when someone hits those things,
I don't live
it's
in
loud.
but I'd be stoked if I did.
Yeah. Chuck?
I appreciate having the expertise in the room. This is not something we haven't had before. I like the idea of having perpendicular turns at either end of the green, coming out of the green, and getting rid of the slipstream on the northern side.
Yep.
The turn by coming north as you enter the green by Mr. Caswell's house, or where Mr. Caswell used to live. So you're coming into the green and making that left turn from the north. Road has slipped to the left like a few inches a year, and then the paving slips. So that the person who lives on that corner actually owns half the road. The road used to be, more of a turn. The road will go further and then turn.
I see what you're saying.
And I think if that, if we sort of returned to our own property and made the turn, a little sharper, I think that might help. I'm very concerned about, and I think you really need to meet with Valerie to talk about parking for the store. Parking as you're going south, for people traveling south, there's pretty limited parking on the right-hand side. You don't want to park on the side if you're heading south. And I'm concerned about anything that they were all good ideas in terms of slowing the traffic down. But the store is in a pretty fragile situation here.
So what is?
The store.
Oh.
And I don't think we want to do anything. I think we just need to be talking with her about the traffic. I liked Susan's idea of maybe turning those spots that are informal parking into like formal parking and somehow really kind of designating them. One of the most effective, I think, speed control measures is people parking like right in front of the store. So I would just, number one, you really have to talk to Valerie about any of this stuff. Particularly because, anyway, you know why.
Yeah.
So I'm concerned about that parking on on the river side. And I still think those clown signs are, I want to get out of the car and really look at them because I think they are permanent places. There's one right at the intersection of North Wilson Road and Route 2 by the church there. You see them kind of going into Essex.
The what signs?
What signs?
Like the signs that are in the middle of the road that say 25 on them, but if you hit them, they go down, they come back up.
Oh,
yeah.
Rectangular, tall rectangular things. Yeah.
Yeah, but they're like,
Yeah.
And
They're bolted down.
Yeah.
yeah, like you pull it, I guess is how to get that experience with them, but I just think they don't seem that expensive to me, and also when people see them, they're saying, oh, yes, I think you're thinking about Essex Junction, you're thinking about you've seen them in other places where it really is time to down and kind of take it seriously.
Absolutely, yeah. And it's that subconscious message that you might not even realize
This is
you're.
like other places.
Yeah.
Where it's time to slow down. And, you know, you can kind of put them wherever you want, and I think they kind of unbolt and come out in the winter. I mean, I think they're sort of a
Seasonal thing.
Yeah.
7 or 8 month thing.
They don't make ones like that anymore, where they flip. They're just a piece of plastic that goes into that big block of rubber, and they don't move.
Yeah.
Now they're just stationary. Cause we got someone.
That's dumb.
Issue with the RRFDs on 15, and that one lasted like half an hour.
Day, right?
They're like Stuart. I went and picked it up like the end of the day, and it was in 14 pieces.
Burlington has a program where you can request one for a crosswalk. And you have to take it out every night and put it back every morning, because too often it would be damaged and destroyed somewhat, even though it's supposed to, it is a brightly dressed pedestrian with reflective clothing on in a crosswalk, so.
Yeah.
You know, hopefully that's the exact conditions that would
Slow it
protect
down,
somebody.
right.
And,
So- I feel like we've had a good discussion.
That's where I'm at, yeah.
There are a lot of good ideas, but I feel like a lot of them are kind of squishy.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering how we get from this good conversation to an action plan.
Yeah, that's exactly
Yeah,
what I was
that's
gonna
what I'm-
say.
that's where I'm at.
And also, I would like to say that I understand we have X amount of dollars, 13,000, whatever left. But I would be interested, especially given the history of this, in doing the best long-term solution, even if we had to phase it financially, because it would be nice just to get it right.
Mhm.
So I don't want to make a decision just because we have $13,000.
Yeah.
I would like to make the right decision, and if we have to phase it, what's the best sequence to do it in? So those are my thoughts.
See a detailed proposal with option A, option B, costs.
What I think I would like is like, maybe not necessarily looking for a proposal from you, or maybe whatever, but like planter here, here. Like, here's 8 different options for where you could put planters. You can do 1, you can do 2, you can do all 8, whatever, and then how much they cost. The speed table idea, I like Jacob's point about maybe that's not the, like, I think that's the right place, even if it's illegal, but whatever. If Jacob thinks it's better further down and longer, like how much that is, like just what your top recommendation, and with like a little blurb, and I don't know if what.
I would
Or we have a direct Jack Evans who doesn't even work for us to do this stuff, but like, you know, with your kind of with some of your commentary, this works because of the visual. This works because of it tells you you're in a center. This works because it narrows, whatever the reasons are.
And I would like, I like all that, yes, but you were saying like here, you could put them here. These are all your options. I would like if you put the speed table here, you put planters here, you pave this and make this marked as office parking, and you give back that corner that
Yeah.
you slid off. Like, here are the things we recommend you do, and it's going to cost you $40,000, which you can't afford. But that's what our recommendation is, and then we kind of decide how to piece that together.
Yeah.
Or like when Bernie was talking about this last year, he was good about pointing out this particular measure works good when used with this other
Right,
measure,
yep,
right? And so
yep.
I totally get
In
that too.
concert with
Like
each
maybe
other.
just one planner does nothing, but a planner after this other thing does, or
How
whatever.
about an optimal proposal at any cost? And then a fits in the budget proposal, which might just be planters, but if you do planters in all these places, it's gonna cost you 10 grand. And that's a great system, but if you don't do all of this, you're gonna miss the boat. Like
That's-
a bare minimum to achieve the goal and a dream scenario.
That's fine. And
Dream scenario
I mean, maybe it's
is realistic,
under budget, I don't, you know.
maybe a.
But like.
But I also
Jackson
wanna do
Public
something-
Says, we do have an opportunity to do the bike bed, larger
The
small scale
grants,
grant.
okay, yeah.
Right.
Just
that
so
could
you
be
have it,
counted.
like,
Yeah.
maybe you don't do it, but you
Right.
have a best case scenario and then a like, this is still effective, but it fits in the budget
Okay, yeah,
scenario.
that makes sense.
and one other thing Jack kept pointing out that I really like is let's be cautious about what we're going to do permanently. Let's try this thing, right? Like, and so that's why I know we can't make a decision tonight, but I'd like to make a decision for this summer, something that gets in before the summer, and we can be thinking about it at budget season. Like, okay, hey, look, these 2 things worked, and we want 6 more, or we want these other 4 things. And so when we start building out our budget, which is almost now.
Ultimately, it would be great to have some specificity, like put the bollard like exactly here.
That's what I want. It's like,
somewhere over here, like
that's
put
what
it
I want.
here.
Is like here.
Put the curb from here to here, whatever it is. We need.
But we can't force Jack to do that. He doesn't work for us.
No, I know, but
Paying him.
well, I don't know how we get that, but we would want that.
Right.
I would want that.
That's a great way to put it.
Have to ask this later.
How much of a lift?
I'm here tonight because part of locomotion's funding comes from CCRPC to do exactly this.
Oh, then I have no problem.
Yes.
Then we get it tomorrow.
And we need it by next Thursday.
Yeah.
What I would ask, is I would love to do a site visit.
Yes.
And in that site visit, be introduced to Valerie so that we can talk about parking and.
I would love to do the site visit
and Jacob
with you.
needs to be there.
I just have at least one recommendation even before this is proposed. One of you, we can set up the grader, we can follow the grader and a truck with a plow on it, just to get.
To see it, just to see.
Of what the width actually is, cause I don't know if any of you have met a tandem plow truck through the center.
Yeah.
I am like this much over the yellow line with my wing down.
Jacob, why don't we do that? I'll take a picture, I'll send it to Selectboard.
Perfect.
Done.
So.
Well,
You should
Now,
be
sit in the truck.
you shouldn't need to be grading the center.
But I think that Jacob should meet with Jack at the visit with Valerie and Jack and Jacob and maybe Paul and have that be a conversation, and maybe Jacob drives the truck. I'm not kidding. Like Jacob maybe drives the truck with the wing on it up to that meeting, so it's there to have the conversation, and Jack can see it and like, yep, here's how you can deal with that, or like, wow, I didn't realize that, or whatever.
And if you could bear in mind the paving project and coordinate. What is the schedule on that? Do we know exactly? We don't know what's gonna be done by. We don't know.
We have some work to do before the paving can be done. And so kind of, once we start getting money in July or.
But you were saying July 1 was like
but I guess
earliest.
Yeah, is when we're gonna really start, doing ditching and all the stuff to prepare for the paving. So it would be sometime potentially midsummer to fall.
As you guys are thinking about this, if you had specific thoughts relative to paving, repaving, you could flag those or give us a heads up, say, hey, but by the way, we're thinking this, we're not done with all our work yet, but we are thinking this.
Like that paving out to the parking area.
Paving out to the parking or whatever, and striping also, because striping will follow. But certainly for the paving, if you could just give us a heads up. So we could coordinate that with.
Yeah. Bernie? One last comment. We need to move on. Go ahead, Bernie.
I just will repeat what I mentioned earlier, last year, I think, when I talked with the manager in Richmond about the speed tables they put in. They offered a quote that was far lower than $30,000. And given that they did work in-house, but they that's my comment. Thank you.
Yep, we had that conversation with them also, and it was like $600 a piece or something. It was
$1,000 each.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, so I appreciate that. Okay, appreciate you guys coming.
Yeah, thank you very much for coming so early and having to hang around as long as you did. Jacob, you too. Like, thanks for coming as long as you did.
Yeah, no problem.
Perfect. Thank you guys so much.
I'll try.
Want to be in?
I'll send you an email.
I ended up on the phone until 5 o'clock.
Do you guys think you?
Thank you very much, Jacob.
Then in a few weeks.
Somebody's got a water bottle there in the.
That's
okay.
I can take Ethan. Jump on the meeting there.
do that one.
All right. Next on the agenda is update the PER contract with DuBois and King for wastewater, and I've got this one.
You got it? Okay.
So this one, as we continue our learning in this PER process, one of the things that we will need to do if we do a wastewater system in Browns River, on the Browns River grounds, like we're looking at, because of its proximity to the river, we need to do I want to get the wording right. We need to do stream water quality monitoring. So my understanding is before you build a system like we're proposing, like we're studying, considering, you need to understand certain levels of I think it's phosphorus and nitrate. Is that correct, Tom?
Yep.
Phosphorus and nitrate that exist in the river now. And the way that testing works is you have to do, the state has requirements that you do it in specific months. You have to do it in June, July, August, September, and October. So you have to do a test each one of those months. Interestingly, they don't have to be in that order. Like you could do August, September, October, and then next June, July, right? So you could do that. But we, at the wastewater task force, we've been talking about it, and we would like to do that water testing now. So we want to start in June, which would require modifying the contract with DuBois and King. And so what we're asking for is to allocate.
To reallocate.
No, it's just allocate.
So it's not new money.
It's not new money.
It's just-
It is
it's
not
just
new money.
Moving money from one place to another, money we've already committed to spending on wastewater this year.
Yeah, it's not even really moving from one place to the other.
Right.
It's just saying we would like to, but the part that comes to the select board is, well, one, allocating the money that has been allocated, right? We've already, it's in our next year's budget, in the wastewater line item. But what we have to do here, or what we're asking to do here, is to modify the actual contract with DuBois and King and add $17,012 from it. So that 17,000 comes out of the wastewater line item that that's already in our budget that passed.
It seems like all the same thing.
Yeah.
It is all the same thing. Because it's a budget contract modification, we felt that the select board needed to weigh in on it. We also felt that we want to talk about it in public and at a meeting that there's a lot more people at, although they don't.
Corridor was being studied and being protected and cared for, and we were being cautious about that. And
excellent.
So that's it. And I think DuBois and King always knew this would be part of it. I think another option would be that this would be part of the design phase, but one way or another, if this gets built, this would need to be done. And just based on timing and based on our recommendation from all the smart people that we work with that know this stuff, we all, through a lot of dialogue and discussion,
we pushed it back a lot around.
better to go this year, and we would like to do it this year. So really just looking to allocate money out of the wastewater line item, I guess, and do an update to the existing contract with DuBois and King.
So
You need a motion? Oh, good, yeah. Someone who knows about this.
I'll make a motion to modify the contract with DuBois and King and to allocate $17,012 of the existing wastewater budget line to fund further water testing of Browns River.
I will second that.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. What we got next? Oh, the pet ordinance, Laura.
Dogs.
Okay.
Dogs. Okay, I will do a brief preface. Our current ordinance was passed in 1997. And it is currently 4 pages. This one is 6. And the changes, the additions really are just more details, more guidance. And increasing the infraction, the penalties for infractions. I think I understand that the steps would be that we'll discuss this, make additions, amendments, and then send the ordinance to the town attorney. And then if she's, yes?
Oh, no, I was just thinking,
Okay.
of course she has to look.
If she's good with it, it comes back to us with her changes and we sign it. Is that the process? Okay. And I am not a dog or animal control expert, but I used other towns' ordinances to do this. A couple things at the outset. In section 3, page 1, letter B, I don't know why it's listed out. All
Sorry,
these.
page, where are you?
Okay, we're on page 1.
Yeah, number B is not the question.
I don't know why we list out all of these domestic animals. It's because we don't talk about them.
We should.
But
Yeah,
Take
I
that
had,
out.
what about guinea pig? Like,
yeah,
Just-
okay,
So we list deer, did deer count as domestic?
No.
okay. So we could just, let's just take it out. And then the domestic pet means a dog, a cat, or a ferret.
Why is it only a ferret?
right, why not a guinea pig?
Well, how nuisancey is a guinea pig? They're.
How nuisancey? How nuisancey? I feel like they're equivalent to ferrets in terms of
No.
like the likelihood of.
Ferret will kill you. Guinea pig will.
Regardless, I think it seems weird to be naming.
Yeah, I mean, so I think we could just take that out.
Yeah.
We know what a dog is. We're
So
talking,
B and C are gonna be removed.
yeah, we're talking about dogs and wolf hybrids, which is in section A. I'm gonna just tell you what I want you to look at, but if anything that you saw previously is a problem, let me know. The big thing is the fines.
Which page is that?
That is page 3. And before we get to the fines, do you wanna for folks who had a chance to look at this?
I actually read the whole thing, but I don't remember reading about ferrets. Where do you see that?
It's in page 1. We're gonna take that out.
Oh, yeah, I
So
see it
before
now.
we get to fines, which is the discussion, a big part of this, did anyone have?
I thought that in section 4 on page 2,
Do we want to bring this up on the screen?
Sure.
I'm gonna wait.
No, go ahead. Keep talking. I'll get it up there.
In section 4, licensing, the third line down, it says upon just direction by the select board and prior to impoundment, proper notification. I thought it'd say what was being notified, so a proper notification regarding licensing will be given to the pet owner, as opposed to like it's kind of a generic notification. I thought that just saying that was about licensing.
Proper notification regarding
Licensing
licensing rules.
requirements or
Okay,
yeah.
licensing requirement.
I had a question about a nuisance.
Uh-huh.
My question is, should,
Wait, where are you? Page 2?
section 6, page 2, should dog poop be counted as a nuisance? Like somebody's dog pooping on your lawn?
And I sent Chris a language from another ordinance, from another town.
Chris
Do you know what
Brown?
it says? Yeah. No, he asked me that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. I'll tell you what the language was. Okay, Colchester has this. A failure to remove waste. A dog that defecates in any public area or on the private premises of another person and whose owner does not immediately remove the fecal material and dispose of it in a sanitary manner. And that has a penalty of $50 for first offense, $100, and then impoundment and $200.
Is that under, where would that be?
That
Under
would be
penalties and costs?
It would be defined as a nuisance.
Be a nuisance.
So it would be an added
Nuisance 4.
on page 2, yeah, it would be section 6.
Yeah.
It would be an added nuisance. Yeah.
I'd support that.
I don't feel strongly that we need to have that called out. I don't know.
I think it depends where you live. I think in a denser neighborhood that it can be a real issue.
Yeah.
And it would be, my feeling is that.
But wouldn't that
it
be,
seems
wouldn't
like-
it be covered under running at large? I mean, like.
No, you're
No.
walking your dog down Jericho.
Oh,
They stop and take a crap and you keep walking.
Oh, I
It
see.
seems like mostly you could ideally communicate that with the owner, say, hey, here's a bag, will you pick it up? But if that somebody didn't do it and it was
Right.
repeated behavior, it
Right.
just seems like there should be recourse.
I agree.
Yes, but
I don't know.
I'm not opposed to putting it in. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I think that we're going towards the totally unenforceable again, but.
But at least we can point to it.
Okay, yeah, so.
I don't want select board meetings with 5 people coming in to complain about that, like.
No, but
So what is their recall, like, let's say we put it in there, what would, like, is it the town clerk that has to deal with it, or is it me?
I don't know.
Technically, I think how this is written, that's what I'm saying, it's unenforceable, it's the security officer, the animal control would
Oh,
have
it's
to do
the
it, who
ACO.
doesn't exist.
Right.
And it's anyone who can act as an enforcement officer, which I believe is us and some other folks, maybe.
And I wouldn't say it's unenforceable. I mean, it's totally enforceable. If Chris shows up with a picture and a video talking to him and the woman saying, I'm not gonna pick it up, I mean, like, we can give him a penalty.
But if you
Yeah.
don't,
You'd have to have it caught on.
Yeah,
Caught
I
on
mean,
film,
right.
yeah.
If the person's doing it like every morning and Chris
Yeah,
is sick of it,
right.
you know.
I don't know. I'm just bringing it up for conversation.
I'm not opposed to putting it in.
I'm not opposed either.
Fine.
I think it should be in. Agree.
Okay. So that will be a nuisance 4, and we could talk about the penalty when we get to the fees. Nuisance 4, we're gonna add what Colchester has. Okay. Anything else before we get to fines?
Right before the fine list on page 3, it says offenses shall be counted on a 12-month basis. And I wasn't sure what that meant, but I wanted to make sure it was a rolling. It was a rolling, that's if your dog bites me on December 15th. Other stuff happens till next December 14th is the window of time.
Where is that again?
It actually says it right
Page
below,
3.
running at large, offenses should be counting on a 12-month basis there. Right, it's, I think it's technically in the penalties and costs in the fees section here,
Okay, yes, now I see it.
yeah.
And that,
I don't know what that means.
I think it should be rolling. I think I should count on like a 12-month rolling basis. And that fixes.
here is maybe on page 4, section C. If the second, third, or subsequent offense occurs within any 12-month period. So I could just take out that confusing one on page 3.
Yeah. But then I would also, we were gonna get to it, but I was gonna make C a little bit more, the examples a little crisper. So like, oh, if it happens on December 15th and
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so, we'll see if that'll work. I'll take that out because it's confusing on page 3. Because we talk about it on page 4.
Yeah, you're taking it out where I talked about it?
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Because it's more clear.
Yeah.
Because example 1, second offense, this is on page
Yeah.
4, section C. Second offense occurs within 12 months of the first offense. That's what we're talking about, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Other comments?
I have other comments, but they're after the fines. Do you
Okay.
want to keep going? Other comments? You want to do fines right now?
We do fines? Let's do fines. Okay. Where'd I put the fines?
It's
Page three, bottom page
it's
3.
bottom 3, yeah, section 8.
Thank you, yes. Okay, so then these nuisances are a first offense, a warning. Some towns charge you right up front. Second offense 50, third offense 75.
That feels right to me with those items. The 1, 2, 3, 4, the lack of current license, disturbing the peace, unconfirmed occupancy, and running at large.
Okay. Potentially vicious dogs. Those are talks about them as nuisances on page 3, nuisance 4. That's a dog that inflicts minor injuries. Not help me with the word.
Necessarily.
Necessitating.
Necessitating.
Necessitating. Okay, oh my gosh. Medical attention. So it inflicts some injuries, but you don't need medical attention. So that potentially vicious dog, the fee has gone up. I don't know if we even have that in the last one, but first offense is $200. Second, 300, third, 400, and they all can be impoundment.
So I had a question about the and or.
Yeah.
So what is a situation where we would just impound the dog and they wouldn't pay a fine? Is that like if they're giving up the dog for destruction?
Honestly, I think it's at the discretion of the ACO.
ACO.
Cause yeah, I kind of just want it to be and.
Yeah, okay. So
I think
you
the
want,
and
so,
or is-
so if Eric comes on my, so if my dog bites someone, you wanna always impound the dog?
If it nips your sock.
Right. If it, right, or, I mean, because there's threatens to attack. And these are all, and this is not necessitating medical attention.
No words, couldn't pronounce it.
So if my dog chases a person, you're gonna impound them. I'm just not sure that we always are gonna wanna always impound the dog.
Yeah, we don't have the ability to impound without an ACO.
Yeah.
But we're writing this regulation as if we have to write it as if we have an ACO.
I know.
But I'm not sure if we want to impound the dog always.
Are you more concerned with always impounding or always fining?
Always fining.
Yeah, so I think that's what she's saying, right? Like you go, you deal with it, you're the ACO, all right, here's the situation, don't let it happen again. You're paying the fine, but there may not be a reason to have him over to my house, lock him up and then give him back.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that there is a consequence for these.
I think she's saying always fine whether or not you impound, right?
Yeah, yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, we have the option to impound.
But
now, but isn't it written that way?
It is, but it's kind of weird.
It says and or.
Yeah, that was my confusion. with
Putting the $200.
Maybe you do that first.
Putting $200 and or impoundment even though it's grammatically the same thing, but it feels like you're getting $200 fine for sure. And you may get an impoundment as well.
Yep.
Okay. Sounds good.
Gee, it shouldn't be and or. Cause it's not 200, we're saying $200 that's happening.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not and or.
So it's not or, we wouldn't say, oh, we're gonna impound you, but not give you $200. We're saying,
Possibility of impoundment.
yeah, and possible impoundment, $200 and possible impoundment.
Right.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. What is better? Okay, you like the amounts for that? 200, 300, 400?
I sure do.
Okay.
I gotta get water, I'm gonna die.
Yeah.
Don't do anything stupid while we're talking.
Okay. All right, guys. So then on B, the enforcement authorized to recover a waiver fee. What's a waiver fee versus a civil penalty?
If you don't fight us,
It's
if you don't fight us, if you don't argue about it and you just take the hit, you save 10% or whatever it is.
Yeah.
If you fight us, you're paying the full amount.
I've seen
But isn't
some.
everybody paying us? I thought we just decided everyone was paying us, but you can still fight. There's
You
still
could fight it, yeah.
All right, I'm understanding.
So some towns do a 50% discount.
I mean, 10% is not a lot, I guess.
No, it's not a lot of an
How
incentive.
do you guys feel about making that for first offense only? I would say 50% fine.
First offense is a warning.
Well, okay,
Second offense?
yeah, the first chargeable, I was looking to the potentially vicious dog when I was thinking that, but you're right. The first off, the second offense.
Could be
Yeah.
$25 if you don't fight it.
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
I would be fine with that. But
And
like
then what
after
about-
that, you do not get that option for your third offense, though.
For the third offense, even if you say, okay, yep, you got me again, I'll pay the bill, it's the full amount.
Okay, so I need to add that to page 4, section B.
But don't we still want to incentivize not having to deal with this?
But like, if you're third time that you're not fixing it, you're not.
Yeah, but all they're gonna do is they're gonna come to us and they're gonna argue.
Mhm.
And then we're gonna say, nope, you owe us the full amount. So why wouldn't they argue it? Like, there's no incentive to not argue it. There's no incentive to not waste our time.
I would counter that with by the third offense. I would like to look at that person.
But all we're gonna
like,
do is say,
that sucks. I mean,
all we're gonna do is say, give us the money. We're gonna say, we hear what you're saying, we disagree, you gotta pay us.
correct.
I would incentivize not having to deal with it.
Thank you. I would definitely, if there are other opinions.
If we can make it clear enough, but we keep it at, well, 10% isn't.
We could make it like 40% or some, so it's just one thing.
I also think maybe on a second or third offense of a potentially vicious dog, the impoundment would be automatic.
No, aren't we talking just about the first ones?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, technically it could be for both, right? Like that.
Seems like it's for
B
both.
would go for
okay,
both
yeah.
potentially vicious and.
Yeah, and
Yeah, but again, potentially vicious does sound scarier than it is.
Say.
I mean, potentially, like chases, like that, it by definition doesn't require medical attention. Chases, worries, threatens to attack or attacks another animal.
But again, if it's the third time it's happened in 12 months.
So maybe we want to
That's
change the
notable.
third offense under potential offense to impoundment. And not possible impoundment, but impoundment.
That's what I think.
for the third offense of a potentially vicious
Yeah.
dog.
$400
Yeah.
and impoundment.
Okay.
And I don't know what we want to do about the waiving partially the fees or not.
Well, we're doing half off on the low level ones.
It becomes our nuisance then.
The potentially vicious dog, yeah. I mean, we could do the 10% and I don't know if it's much.
But we're
of a-
gonna need to do a whole separate section now because we're creating a different reaction to. Like a different waiver option for the potentially vicious.
Yeah, that's okay.
So we need to modify B to have a section about potentially vicious.
Okay,
And we could just say there's no option for a waiver for a potential, if the board feels like, no, that's enough that they have to. They gotta pay the full amount or face us down and pay the full amount.
Well, again, I might think that way for the third offense, but I hear you about how much do we want to deal with it?
That screen share is so lagged. It's not even worth doing.
If you turn the TV off, I think,
Yeah, like.
turn the TV off, turn it back on, it'll.
so for the potentially vicious dog, perhaps,
The lag on it is so long that it's,
perhaps the first and second offense, you could get 50% off if you didn't challenge it.
Did you say 50?
That is my opinion. I would very much
Okay.
like if everyone else is.
Did you say 50%?
I did say 50%. Which is a big
It's a jump.
jump from 10%.
It is.
Yeah.
How about for the potentially vicious ones, we just say $200, parentheses, 150 if you don't challenge,
Okay,
just make it a flat. And then just take $50.
And how about second offense?
Same thing, $300 or $250 if you don't challenge. Third offense, impoundment, $400,
No option.
no
Yeah.
option.
I like that. And other towns do list it all out like that. I just was trying to cut corners.
Concise. make it
Yeah,
concise.
but I don't think that's helpful. So I think those are good. Okay. And then this section on reckless dog owner, page 4.
Yeah, I had a question about the last sentence. Failure to provide such certification within the time allotted may subject the offending dogs to immediate seizure and impoundment. I don't understand what the certification is.
Female dogs running in heat, so you need to prove that your dog is neutered, spayed. Spayed related dogs, right?
Well, but just that, maybe that's what it means, but there's no mention of certification of what it's referring to.
Where are you guys now?
Page 4, section D, the top of page 4.
Well, it says it's successful completion of a behavioral modification program. I assume that's what it's referring to.
Pre-approved by select board and designed to improve 6 months. Notification of this requirement.
So maybe,
I think if you're gonna say that, you have to call out the name of.
Yeah, so I would say failure to provide certification of completion of blah, 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 behavior modification program.
It says such certification. I don't know.
But I don't know what that, I don't know if that's, I thought, Amy thought it was referring to your dog being,
Oh, yeah, I
being fixed.
read it wrong.
okay. I like that.
So now we have to pre-approve a behavior modification program?
I bet there are.
Yeah, that they're gonna go through
Way.
a real program
With a
and
certified
their
trainer.
brother-in-law. Okay.
Last thing I had was, and I read this a long time ago now, was a vague memory of a conversation about vicious versus potentially vicious. Did that, that's literally all I remember, but do you feel like, yep, I know what we're talking about and we dealt with that and it's in there and it's okay?
Yes, I mean, there's a whole section on vicious dogs. And defining them.
Okay.
And the potentially vicious are described in page
Later
3.
on,
Yeah.
yep, okay. That's all my stuff.
Okay. What do we do? Do we have fines for the potential, for the vicious dog?
Yeah, it's in the very back of the whole thing,
Okay,
page 6, vicious dog penalties and costs.
looked at this in April.
Yeah, that's when I looked at it too.
Okay. What do we have for penalties? Here it is. D, page 4, page 6, D. The town will recover civil penalties in the amount of $500. The owner will pay all expenses.
The word recover seems weird there. Recover makes me think that we spent money and they're paying us back for it.
Well, but we are, because it looks like we're fronting the expenses for treatment, boarding and care.
Yeah, but 2 says that. 2 says the owner will pay all expenses incurred by the town for blah, 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 blah. This is saying, well, I think what number 1 says is you're getting a $500 fine. We're going to take $500 from you and we're also going to pay us for the treatment, boarding and care of your dog.
Yeah, so recover there is strange.
Seems weird.
Anybody?
Receive.
Brain working quickly to?
I don't even see the word recover. I'm staring at the
receive
thing. I don't even see the word.
How about that?
Collect.
Collect.
Oh,
Collect.
Thank you.
You know, I see it.
Okay,
Thank you very much, Laura, for checking that out. I really appreciate it.
so we're good.
Are we gonna say, we're gonna make a motion to approve as amended? You.
This needs to go to.
Oh, right.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, so all we're doing is saying, let's set it to
Saying
Claudine,
good
and
sent
then
to
once she reviews it, then we'll do our.
Or it does all of the fixings, send it to me and then I'll send it to Claudine.
Okay, thank you. And then hopefully the signing of it won't take much discussion. Okay. All right, thanks.
Thanks, gentlemen.
Thanks, guys.
Uh,
Can I just rattle these ones off
Yes.
for?
How about it?
Please.
yeah,
I make a motion to approve the catering licenses for Griffin Riders LLC at the Mansfield Barn for June 6th and June 27th.
A second.
all those in favor say aye.
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 I make a motion to approve the catering license for Waterfront Yogurt and Sandwich at the Mansfield Barn for June 20th.
A second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I make a motion to approve the manufacturer license for Lucy and Howe Brewing for June 20th and 25th.
I didn't understand what that was, sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry.
What is that one?
Jessica had it on here. So they're doing an event, I guess, somewhere, and she wrote it on.
There's it's on the thing.
It's on the packet,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yes. 2 more pages through, I think.
Will allow Lucy and Howe to set up samples,
Yes.
sell by the glass, where though?
And retail, this one of them, it doesn't say, I don't know, she didn't write that down. Oh, wait, manufacturer, Mills River Park, and then 150 Lee River Road.
Maybe that's that new farm stand.
Maybe. All right, go ahead.
All right, I continue. I make a motion to approve the manufacturer license for Lucy and Howe Brewing for June 20th and 25th.
I second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 That's that.
I already told you about wastewater. That's the big update. We're gonna do testing. And I really wanted to push back on DuBois King about how much that costs, but they did do it. They did send us a breakdown and so my pushback was when it was 15,000, and so we asked for more details and it came back at 17. So it doesn't always work great, but
2 out
other
of
than
3
that-
though. 2 out of 3.
yeah, 2 out of 3. I don't think there's any other updates. We did just have a meeting. It was a good meeting, but I had already told you guys about the river corridor update that the wastewater task force didn't know about at that time, so they're up to speed there. Yeah,
The outreach committee we will be getting the 90% report fairly soon, I think. And the outreach committee is feeling like that when that happens, we need to kind of shift gears. And we've been doing sort of a slow burn the whole time with front porch forum posts and making sure we mention it here and get it talked about. And we're feeling like we want to get a more concerted effort, more planned out, like entry points into the community. And like that food truck idea on Riverside was, I thought, a really cool idea to get people out there and just talking and looking. And Kate McCarthy used the phrase, try to put together a street team, like just people besides the committee who know about it and can talk about it and can be out at tables and stuff. So that's all I had.
Yeah, we'll need to all be chatting with our friends about it, and because so many people don't know because they don't care, and they really need to care because it's going to impact them one way or the other. It's going to impact them if we don't do it. It's going to impact them if we do it. So
And actually, we've been presenting to committees in town, and Susan did the first 2, and got really good feedback. They said they were super. Both, it was a bike ped and some other committee. I forget which one it was. Oh, the Mills Riverside Park. What are they called? Jericho Underhill Park District. She presented to both of them, and they were both like super engaged and had heard a little bit about it, had lots of questions, but said they were very interested and wanted to talk a whole bunch and ask some really good questions and made her think about stuff. So that kind of push has begun. Well,
A few updates, we're on to that.
we are. Select-board updates, please.
I wanted to just get back to you, Peter had a list of things and, just wanted to reach out and let you guys know, Lance Polya and the salt alternatives. He's already on the June 18th agenda, so him, and I've got to just double check with Jacob. I think that's the date that Jacob picked. So he'll be on there for salt alternatives. Also, just on a side note to the salt alternatives, Sabina gave me a name of Chris Japonic, I think is the name who knows a little bit more about salt alternatives, so we're gonna be meeting with her, with the highway department. We'll ask for, board members if they wanna come, maybe other surrounding towns, just to get a little, update on.
What they're doing and
Yeah,
why.
a little bit, different
working.
things to do, come up with. The railroad circle woodchuck issue, I had called this Nathan,
Whoever, yeah.
that's Stoney or whatever. May 1st, and I just called him today and I've gotten no response. Diane had said that he would do it, but.
What is the issue?
He's not returning
There's
the
a,
name.
there's a woodchuck under the building at Railroad Circle, Railroad Circle property, which can do damage to your building if they just make a huge nest. Yeah.
The whole family.
And the whole family.
Yeah.
So what's the move then?
You can't relocate animals in the state of
I mean, you can kill them though.
Yeah, it's.
We gotta kill them.
And kill them.
Right,
Exactly, so.
yeah,
We gotta kill them, so
yeah.
who can do that? Eric?
I can try. I have a heart.
I have a heart, but I'm got my own woodchuck problem. I can't get my fucking thing. Can't get my wood, sorry, strike that. I can't get my woodchuck under control.
What are you using for bait?
All the good stuff, cantaloupe, some vanilla extract, which they like the smell of that,
They do
and
like
some
theirs.
carrots and some grapes.
I know, now aren't you sad, they're not,
What's
yeah,
part of it?
I'm sorry, that's where artificial.
I don't know.
vanillin comes from.
There's got to be a. Oh, all right.
Okay, for the skunk under our deck, we had somebody come out
You guys here.
and put, so it had a thing that the skunk could exit through this. So we had to fence everything and the skunk could exit out this trappy thing and it can't get back in.
Oh, like a lobster trap kind of.
Yeah.
Like
That's what a have a heart is.
Okay.
It walks in and it.
No, she's saying it doesn't trap them.
Yeah,
It just.
so we're not we don't have to deal with the woodchuck, we're just saying, no, you can't be here.
Oh, but he could move down to the side of your, other side of your house.
Yeah, right.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, you can fence the whole thing, but yeah. I mean, we put up this
I think we
little.
ought to go old school on this.
Okay.
I think it's just a gun. I think it's a have a heart and a gun.
Yeah.
Okay,
So you'll just look for somebody else.
I've reached out, I've even reached out to the state, I've not.
Oh, you
heard
have,
back
you call
from them.
other people besides this guy.
Yeah, so I will keep going.
All right. Every
yes.
Thursday, Paula's going to spend half her shifts.
Right.
Phil Newbeck, who requested the bike lane signs, those I'm having Megan order, so we can get some of those up. I think those should be up.
How much are those?
They're not too expensive for those types of signs. I don't know, but like 81.
Okay, I was gonna say like sub 100.
Yeah,
Great.
yeah.
And Phil has opinions on where they should go and her opinions make sense.
I didn't really see.
We could run a bike ped.
She had just given, a sign.
A general,
That was
like,
it.
yeah.
No.
We should
you know,
ask-
We should ask Cody, we should ask Bike Ped what they think.
You should probably
Yeah.
put those down by the bridge, right?
It was interesting after the last select board meeting, Hunter from Urban SDK, he watched the meeting and he
Oh.
sent me an email while I was on vacation. And said he understood the select board was wanting to have something lower, so he sent me a quote for 1 year would be 11,500, 2 years would be $12,025.
55 and 15, so 15.
Yes. Let's see, what was the other one? The traffic study for Old Pump Road, I've reached out to CCRPC. Elaney is going to get back to me. She just needed a little bit more information on what we're looking for, not necessarily speed, but other issues with that
I'm sorry,
road.
for which road?
Old Pump. You guys wanted a traffic study done.
You remember that one?
Oh, right.
You forgot, but
Right.
The dirt road over by.
Yeah,
JVR.
now I got it. Now I got it.
Yeah, that was gonna be my question. We, we made the motion to go do that, and then I'm getting a lot of like, all right, cool, so who's gonna do it? What's it gonna look like? Like, I don't know the answer to those questions.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good question. She said, is this really for speeding? And I said,
No.
no. It's really, if you haven't heard about,
Yeah.
and
You
then
haven't read
just
7
kind of like,
days.
Yeah, so she's like, oh, okay, perfect. I will look into this and get back to you next week and.
Yeah, because we're gonna need like a price and
Right,
we're gonna need some
right.
action on it and.
Yeah.
And who was that person from? Were they from?
CCRPC.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
As long as it was CCRPC.
Yep. And that is it. That's all I have.
Have we updated since the last capital planning? Did that happen the last time you were here? Just that we are having capital planning meetings.
Yeah, we
Mainly,
scheduled it.
there's been all the great
Yep.
working.
Yep, they're all scheduled. That's it.
Yeah, my other updates of executive session.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
have
I've got
any.
one for executive session.
I have a couple brief ones. So the Packard Road,
Oh, right.
Route 15. I reached out to Justin. He is going to do a drive-by and think about where he would want test pits. And then he said he could reach out to Jacob directly to coordinate doing it. So that's in his hands.
Great.
And the library, I will be getting proposals from the architect and the engineer to provide minimal amount of services so we can get competitive bids, put together a bid package for the repairs, so we can compare a couple different bids. And I've asked the engineer, normally the engineer would contract through the architect and the architect would take a markup. I said we would be fine contracting with the engineer directly. The architect was fine with it, so we'll be a modest savings there. So anyway, that's moving ahead.
And tomorrow, Chris, Paula and I are meeting with Claudine to go over the draft MOU. And sorry, Jericho Town Library. And Catherine Bass is put in a letter of resignation. But I don't know when her last day is, do you?
July 31st.
Okay. So they've listed the job.
Yep, I posted it on one of the normal places to post them.
The only thing I had was a question about the farmer's market plan. We've all filled it out and there's 3 empty spots. Eric can't do it. He has meetings every Thursday.
Yeah.
Works and then has meetings right afterwards every
Right.
Thursday because
they have
wastewater
and
JCDC.
And I love the idea of it too, so I'm kind of bummed. So maybe one of those days, something will clear up and we'll just show up with whoever's there maybe. As long as there's not, as long as there's only one.
But
I can be flexible about what my
That's just for you.
know,
There's
early or
the-
late.
Because the other ones wanted to share, could we like fill those 3 spots for the other ones that wanted to share?
Oh,
Who wanted to do that? What was-
if there's no select board member, you mean?
Right,
And
I'm just saying, I don't know, just giving them a chance. It was 2 of them.
Planning Commission.
Planning Commission.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then somebody else though, wasn't it?
Well, I said the wastewater task force wanted to
Yeah,
get out
okay.
there and then school board as
Right,
well.
right.
We don't have that many holes. I mean, and I can try to take another shift and we've got 3 holes.
3 holes and I can only, the days I sign up for are the only days that I can do. I could do the whole shift if somebody else wants to wants to go to a different spot. Like I can't do June 11, August 27.
Yeah, I'm flexible. After. Well, yeah, so August, September, October, I could be flexible.
So Peter, can I put you on for both shifts for September 24th? Or,
Yeah, sure.
okay. And then that just took Chris out.
And then Chris can do October 8th. Does that work, Chris?
Sure.
Okay. And then we have the 27th and June 11th.
And I don't mind doing the whole thing.
On June 11th?
Yeah.
Okay. You do the whole thing on October 27th, Chris?
August 27th?
Yes.
Sure, that would good.
Does that work? Okay, beautiful, done.
And once I do the first one next Thursday, I'll send you all the how, where the stuff is.
Those would be good too, like you get some good PR for the town report when we're.
Sounds.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. Okay, fabulous.
Okay, thank you for bringing that up.
Minutes. I actually read all those. Wow, that was a long
It
meeting.
was a long one, 15 pages.
I didn't come up with much though. They look pretty good to me.
I've got a couple.
Okay,
Page 146, I'm sorry, line 146.
okay,
Very first word should be is, not as.
okay.
Page 129, I'm gonna check with you guys who are in the room. Excuse me, it says a community member said blah, 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 blah. And I'm pretty sure that was Lee Lamphere.
Yep.
Who back on
Yes.
page 40, on line 40, said he worries about whether we're gonna have a new speed bump issue, da, 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 da. So we just put Lee's name there.
Yep.
Then on 209.
Yep.
It says we've been talking about this for 3 years and have thrown out a lot of ideas, which I think what that meant was we've talked about a lot of things, but it sounds like we just like rejected a whole bunch. So if we can change thrown out to discussed.
Was that changing the spirit of what was said?
No, not at all. No, it's capturing it because thrown out. Well, I mean, I'm assuming that what was said, what was the point? Was the point that we rejected a lot of things?
So.
I think the point is that we've hey, what about this? Hey, what about that? Hey, what about that? That's more like throwing out ideas. Discussion means we've.
Well, I mean, I when I changed it, doesn't look like we've dismissed.
Yeah,
we've thrown out. Can't do that. Can't do that. Can't do that. So we haven't done that. That's been happening to us.
Right.
So we can say like offered a lot of ideas.
Right.
Yeah, maybe that's it.
Offered.
We've been talking about this for 3 years and have offered a lot of ideas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Page 290, line 290.
Yep.
It should have been 4-0 because Laura didn't vote.
Okay.
And then 361.
Yep.
Leslie Nulty, Nulty.
Oh, I didn't even catch that. Nice. Yikes.
Okay.
And I think that was it. Yeah, that's all I got.
Okay.
Motion.
I make a motion to approve the minutes of May 7th as amended.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye. I would like to make a motion to go into executive session for the purposes of
Legal.
personnel. I don't think real estate, legal and personnel, because you have a real estate.
Hopefully will become a real estate. market.
Okay, and real estate, because premature disclosure, to be clear, I'd like to make a motion to go into executive session for the purpose of personnel, real estate, and legal. Because premature disclosure of the information will be detrimental for the parties involved, and I'd like to invite Paula Holstein.
Second the motion.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Good night, everybody.
Can I ask, there's no purchase orders or warrants tonight?
Oh,
We did sign the warrant.
Yes, but
we didn't.
they signed the warrants.
I didn't.
nope, they clogged up at me.
No, then no purchase orders to discuss and you're done.
Yep,
Yep.
thank you.
Have a great night.
Thank you very much.